opposite of the kind of content that I create. So thus you need something that's just like, here's a funny joke that's over immediately that you can show in like less than 30 seconds of video. So that's where those came from. Anyway, literally it's EA Games trying to like ape TikTok humor and failing horribly, which actually kind of makes it funnier. Anyway, we're diving back into the new timeline, 409. We're trying to hit 411 day. We are at the end of summer, so heads up, Stone. If anybody has any questions about Dwarf Fortress or this fort, please yell at me. We can now talk about all things dwarfy. But Longdeath. Longdeath is a fortress that we're keeping alive for 1,000 years. The current living dwarves in the fort are Navy, Banana the Third, wait, what? Mist, Bloodcat, 17, Jimmy Tibby, Arch, Hops, Frog, Do It, Paranoid Metroid, Blue Space Weeb, Rory, Hoshan, Stone, Zindros, Lil M. Katsu, Tygo, Volleylol, Massive, Diamond Destruct, Disco the Third, Red Octobear, Merc, Malden, The Scoid, Anthony, Anonymo, Letharticus, and Dragon. If you would like to help the stream out at absolutely no cost to you, hosting it goes a long way, and sharing this stream with a friend on a piece of your social media is also very helpful. And the last thing that you can do if you really want, if you haven't yet, is retweet this, because sometimes you're first twice. But we're at war in Longdeath. Yes, the war has begun. We got a full-size siege yesterday. We've had, I think, a total of 2 sieges from them at this point. But yes, the war has in fact already begun. This is our defensive structure. It's powered by lava, and it's very effective. A little slow, but very effective. So we are at war 100% with the humans. These guys. These guys. The Confederacy of Sport. Run by Ilda, Ganom, Zerko, Usmik, and Dema. Hello, dead robot. While learning Dwarf Fortress, after ages of thinking about it, does the new timeline suggest something bad happened? So the new timeline means I reverted back to a save. I back up the game every 400 years, and I have a few secret backups that I keep for myself. I back up the game every 400 years, and things got really, really, really bad. There's something stuck in my teeth. Things got really, really bad at about 411 when the humans attacked the first time, because I didn't know that they were going to attack, and I didn't prep well enough. Essentially, like, it was my own fault. So essentially, we just kind of, I just kind of went, well, I can either lose the fortress or I can go back to year 400. So we went back to year 400. So that's what the new timeline suggests. I've got something stuck in my teeth. I'm going to go fix this. I'll be back in a sec. I normally floss my teeth after every meal, but I didn't this time, apparently. Also, the game just saved, meaning we're in fall now. Pretty good timing, actually. The other human faction has arrived to give us gifts. Did I ever unlock these doors? No, I didn't. Wow. Okay, that's not good. Should, in fact, unlock those doors. Yesterday, I did also manage to flood the bottom half of the fortress with lava. But, you know. What does the 141 in the corner mean? That's the number of Z levels under in total in this particular portion of the map. So 141, 135 here. The total number of Z levels. Based on ground. Whereas the number in the top is the Z level that you're currently on. We're currently on Z level 0. It goes up to 20-something, going up, and then goes down like 140. Whereas that's just the total number of Z levels. So if I go all the way up to the top here, the one on the bottom will say the total number of Z levels, whereas the one at the top will just be like plus 25 is what that is. The Confederacy of Sports sounds like a band name. It's definitely like a late 2000s Midwest emo band, yeah. That is indeed a tribute, Stone. That is indeed a tribute. Lava flood? Was that from overfilling the top reservoir? Yeah, so I overfilled the, not the top reservoir, but the tube in the middle because I was topping it off. And I overfilled it enough that, long story short, it overflowed and kind of bubbled over down in my basement area for my magma forges. And I had to, like, drain some lava. It's fine. It was no big deal. Oh, well, looks like the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. I was wondering why. I pressed the button to get the tributes, and it lagged, and I was like, I wonder what the cause of that was. Anyway, Stone, heads up, grab this, and then I have people to set on fire. Huh, indeed, yeah. But still nearly stalls on World Gen. Fortunately, you don't need to do World Gen that often, right? And it will always stall on World Gen. Also, putting it on your C drive ain't going to speed things up at all. World Gen will stall. And there's nothing you really need to worry about there. Like, I used to joke that Premium Dwarf Fortress won't actually be Dwarf Fortress to me if it doesn't try to crash in World Gen. Dwarf Fortress has always done that. But you're still playing, so that must mean something's good, yeah? I mean, my game literally stopped responding and tried to crash a minute ago when it was saving. Like, it just, Dwarf Fortress just does that. It's figuring something out when it's doing that, and it will. It's literally just, Windows has a thing in it, and I think Linux does to degrees as well, where it'll just decide, oh, the game is trying to crash. Right? It's just like an arbitrary decision that, oh, the game is crashing now, which is totally fine. It just means that it's been, what's the word? Stuck between 2 points for too long. So if it's like trying to process a thing for like more than a couple seconds, Windows will just decide, oh, this thing is trying to crash, even though it's still just working. DF isn't crashing. Windows thinks it is. DF is just doing its thing. All right, so we've got humans attacking. Gotta lock all the dwarves inside. Let's stare at these humans for a moment and see how many there is. Actually, hold up. I'm gonna pause for a sec. We're gonna turn off all of my squads. I'm going to fly down to... not there. I'm going to go to here. And we are going to pull this lever. No, this lever. Baddie, enter fort. Let the baddie enter fort. And then we're going to jump back up to the human invaders. All these goddamn recruits. I have a feeling we're going to be hitting that flurry of sieges that happened in the previous timeline now. I wonder if they're going to kill the merchants. I do wonder. Let's hope that they're able to get out. Run, Allah. Get the hell out of the fortress. I'm going to seal this. Seal this so they don't just, you know, go kill all my unicorns or anything silly. So definitely a bigger siege than the last one. Okay, we're going to need to close that door pretty soon. Yeah, we are definitely going to need to close that door. All right, where's the humans? Or not the invaders, the merchants. Have they left the fort yet? We will give them until they hit that third statue in that list of 3 statues there, and then I'm going to give the order to close the door. And anybody who's outside, well, I got bad news. Looks like the enemy human army has encountered a owl that they're being attacked by now, or they are attacking. Chat, can I get a round of beers for all of the dwarves about to commit brave acts of violence by pulling levers? All right, so we're going to try and slam this door shut. But yeah, no, it's really cool that people watch Longdeath. You know, I've had people, like, as far as the VODs go, I've had people basically state that they watch the, or download the YouTube VODs a number of times, which always is fascinating to me. All right, so we're not going to get this closed in time. At least one of them's going to get in. Yeah, this fucker's sprinting. It's fine, though. I can tell my squads to go kill him. Now, if we could get it shut before that second crowd gets in here, that would be great. Can we close that gate, please? Close that gate, please. Wait, what? What? Please tell me you've pulled the lever. Are you for real that you haven't pulled the lever yet? I guess somebody canceled the job. That's annoying. Okay, well. It's exactly the kind of thing I didn't want to have happen, but I waited too long to let those traitors out. Gosh. Well, Tygo's about to make a name for himself, I think. Let's hope that this door gets shut. This sucks. So it's exactly the kind of thing I didn't want to have happen, by the way. This was 1000% the kind of thing I didn't want to have happen. Looks like my wrestlers are absolutely crushing them, though, so there's that. Okay, where is this pull lever? Did they see the violence and cancel the job again? Okay, no, the lever's been pulled. We're good. The job is gone because it's been completed, so that gate should close. There it goes. Okay, shoutouts to this human, Omo, who got out just in time while experiencing mortal fear. The rest of the dwarves are cruising through, pretty horrified, but, you know, you've got 2 kills. Zindros has 2 kills. Letharticus has 5. Arch has a few. And then the final two to die here are going to be, well, those two. How many are left? Quite a lot. Okay. Like I said, I'm very upset that this had to happen this way. I don't want to have my dwarves cleaning up bodies. It's kind of the whole point of this entire exercise is that they shouldn't have to clean up bodies, but... Going to let the dwarves go do their thing. I'm also going to allow for something kind of silly here. I'm going to allow for coordinated cleanup of this. Because, yeah, this area, my garbage dump, is permitted in there. So I can just set all of this to dump, and then hopefully the dwarves will just have it done by the time this siege is done. Right, so we are going to follow this first human in the line. Village creature? I mean, he's just a really big fan of village people, okay? What can I say? Think I've learned the most extremely basic stuff, still creating many new worlds. So far, you've decreased the values to make a faster load. Hell yeah! Wait, what? Oh, well, there's another human in here that made it past. Doesn't look like I've actually lost anybody, though. Let's add this into the celebrate zone. I just want to get all of these bodies removed. That's all I really want. Oh, no. Okay, so that answers this question. So the humans will attack other human factions. That's unfortunate. Although, our friendly human spearman seems to have won the initial engagement, I think. Yeah. No, our friendly spearman merchant won an engagement against the enemy humans. This guy. Probably going to go into another one in a second. Fighting with a human maceman. Also seems to be quite successful. More bodies that we're going to have to clean up. Brilliant. Well, I think that that could have gone significantly worse, frankly, for them. Considering, like, looks like at the very least the merchant is going to make it off the map. The question is, will the spearman... Come on, you can take out that maceman. Maceman is very beaten up. Spearman's fine. Well, at least the humans are now aware that we're at war with other humans. Alright, I gotta be paying attention to more important things. Like what's going on down here. Like the fact that there's humans pretty far up this. We're probably going to have to kill some of them in here because they got so spread out up on the surface, but... well, the human spearman is friendly and still on the map. Hasn't won yet. Also hasn't died yet. It does look like some of the humans are leaving the siege, though. Unless I'm crazy. I need to be paying attention on the bottom. I unfortunately can't pay too much attention to that. All right, so I'm going to send my squads to be right here temporarily. Well, our friendly human has left the map, and also so... Oh, actually, hold up. Most of the enemies... See... Okay, no. For a second there, I thought a large portion of the enemy siege had left the map. Was that you? Well, F's for our poor human mercenary who was defending the traitor, who dropped off glorious supplies for us. It was a heroic battle, I would say. Very sad that it had to end that way. Such a shame. Oh, Goto. Can the ignorance save the world? Is what Bloodcat is currently reading. It's a true shame.
Bring out your dead!
All right, so now we wait here for a second. I'm sending some squads up here to gut these first few humans that are too far ahead of the rest of the group, which is what the military squads are for. A bunch of humans are fighting with a great horned owl. If you can remember the name, I can queue up a statue. What was the name of the human? Stone? What is Fluxstone? Ah, yes, you're about to learn how to make steel. It's one of those things where it's like you don't necessarily need to go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki to figure it out. Nagosip. What was the last name? It was Murder Trots. This person? I mean, good lo-fi. He really likes the lo-fi, I think. Yeah, Murder Trot. Shuffle Murder Trot. There we go. Hopefully the humans will see that for what it is, which is a act of goodwill. Why does Tygo always get to the fights first? What a dude. Hello, Lord Samuel. How are you? Game watching the stream when you were bored? I mean, TMI. Or phrasing. One of the two. Okay, so that's the first one. Second one. This has gone really sloppy, too. Mostly because of that whole thing where there's, like, all of the traders right here at the same time. It was very inconvenient. Not really a huge fan, to be honest. All right, dealing with these guys. It's not so much killing them that's the problem. It's cleaning up the bodies after they're dead that's the problem. Let's see. The Spearmaster. Ooh, stabbed him in the spine. Stabs the recruit in the left lower leg. Tearing tendons. Shredding muscles. Elite wrestler. Punched a human recruit in the right upper leg with her right hand, fracturing the bone. Good stuff so far. Bits and pieces of human are flying everywhere. Fortunately, this is self-cleaning, so it's not really a huge issue. It's the areas that can't be self-cleaned that are a problem. What are those arrow-like structures on the floor? Oh, old anti-siege ammunition, which I never actually use. I built those because an old king demanded it, not because they're useful or because I wanted them. I built them for the old king. Speaking of the king, as we win parts of the battle, the king just frequently exclaims, "I have defeated many fearsome opponents," which is funny because king hasn't done anything. The king just sat in their throne room going, "I am defeating many fearsome opponents," which is not exactly true. Just think it's kind of funny that they just sit there and shout that. All right, I need to... leave that soldier active. know what, screw it. Let's move this squad up. I didn't want to do it this way, but we're doing it this way because they retreated, but Arch didn't, which isn't good. I really need this dwarf to back up because if they get tired, they will die, even though they are way overpowered versus these humans, which is usually the case. You know, human running forward towards more dwarves is probably a bad idea. Okay, yep, I was right. Arch is just dodging that human's arrows and gutting him into pieces. Now imagine this, but with cute little sprites that look like dwarves. With all this blood and shit going everywhere. Good times. Does pumping discipline skill make it easier for dwarves to handle death better? I don't actually know what makes them handle death, to be completely honest. All right, let's get these dwarves out of here. You're supposed to leave, not go further in, my dude. Turn around. Good lord. Speaking of dwarves handling death, Tygo's way too good at it. How many kills does this dwarf have? 8 kills in this one fight. Not F11. What was I looking for? F12? The bridled? This dwarf now has a title. The Bridled Gears. Tygo the Third, the Bridled Gears. For being a legendary spear dwarf. Okay, can you back up now? Yes, now you can. Sweet. Oh, wow. So, Tygo, it was strong enough to win the siege by themselves. So I'm going to see how many of these baddies I can catch in here. Baddie, enter fort. Pull that lever. Because they're all leaving now. Tygo, I think, literally defeated the siege by himself. Killed enough of them that they wanted to leave. That plus the ones I accidentally let in up top, which is kind of my own fault. Because the dwarf who decided, I'm going to do this job, is so far away. It's going to take forever, and we're going to let most of them escape. That sucks. Still going to burn it, though. Want to clean those bodies up. Well, this was about as poorly executed combat situation as I could have hoped for. There we go. So now that that's done, they're going to... The few that are left in there, like the 2 of them, are going to turn around. I need this dwarf to get out. Nope. None of my dwarves have died. Double check. None of my dwarves have died. Cue up that lever again. Get this door shut. And then we can burn. There's what? 4 humans left in here alive. The rest are all just corpses, but we need to clean up the corpses. Anyway, gate's shut. Let's get the lava flow going. I can also turn off the restrictions queue so that the dwarves can walk anywhere in the fort. We can get those bodies cleaned up. And this is how we clean up bodies in the combat hallway. I think what we need to do is we need to fill this thing up with some traps. There goes the lava. Didn't go as well as I wanted it to. We need to make sure that situations like that don't happen. We need to make sure that we don't have to resort to violence like that, because that's what will kill the fort. That's what killed the fort the last time, and that's what will kill the fort this time on this timeline. But fortunately, at least it's self-cleaning now, so even when we do have to resort to violence, we can at the very least destroy the evidence, you know? So we don't have to worry about losing more dwarves in the process. We can just torch the evidence, like Kuiman Slenshirilian, or whatever this person's name is learning what it's like to become taco meat. Seared taco meat, even. There's another one there, down there, that's trapped now. How's life, Rilith? Gatak Kathur. Do you think it was such a good idea to be humans and attack dwarves? Well, I hate to break it to you, but you're about to get a little toasty, shall we say. Who's left? Well, we got that one down there. Okay, the two down that hallway, and that's basically it. But yeah, no, you're all trapped up here. The bodies are gonna get all torched up as well. So. Bewilderment, very bewildermented. Very bewildered, I think. I mean, look at him. Look at the way he's moving. Definitely bewildered. Can confirm, bewildered. Probably screaming for help. I'm talking about death. It's all around us. Something, I feel. But hopefully we don't have to deal with too many crappy moods off the back of this. Hopefully. Oh, there goes another one. Or was that a living one, or was that a... Okay, that was just a body. Those two have run all the way back up there. I wonder why they've gone that way. Maybe they're trying to backtrack. Well, good luck with that. Should have just kept giving us portions of emus. Oh, yeah, no, totally. They should have just continued giving us tributes every year. Then they wouldn't have had to deal with the fires of literal fucking hell. Probably would have been much better for their business in the long term to continue receiving our dirty laundry a couple times a year. I mean, goodbye, human. Dwarf Fortress is a great video game. Oh. That's interesting. Frog has gone berserk. Frog is also very weak. This dwarf has been going kind of nuts for a while, so... it's a little awkward. He's going after the mayor. Let's, turn on this thing to force this mayor into a place where there's people that can help him. Run away. This dwarf has been going insane for a while, so this is not entirely unexpected. It's just kind of funny that he's going after the mayor. Although I will say that the mayor seems to be doing a pretty good job dodging. He's taking a couple bruises, but, like, nothing major. Come on. Run away, dude. Oh, come on. Just get out of there. Get out of there, dude. Okay. Mayor seems to have made it out. That's good. Actually. I wonder if you're reporting crimes. No crime to report because he's just berserk. All right, well, we need this dwarf to come out here and get slapped a couple times. At least if the mayor kills him, he'll have more of a reason to scream, "I have many enemies." This is true. I literally just need one of my military dwarves to, like, look at this guy funny, and then he'll be dead. But I also, if I order my dwarves to kill him, then I get blamed for the murder. So I don't want that to happen. Man, if you could kill this dwarf, that would be, like, 2 problems. Hey, Infinity. It's been a minute. Well, just want to say a real quick shout out to English, who, while is horrified for killing Frog, it had to be done, and it is for the best. Sorry, Frog for hire. But, lava's still pouring. Things are burning. F indeed. Let's check the upper layer where all the bodies were. God damn it, there's so many bodies. Why is there so many bodies?
Bring out your dead!
You know, actually, I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to forbid all of these first. Then I'm going to go to the stock screen, and I'm going to go to the body parts, set those all to dump, and then I'm going to go to corpses. And I'm going to set them all to dump. And then I'm going to remove dump from this guy. And reclaim that. So just the bodies are now set to be dumped. It'd make that quite a bit more efficient. Cool. All right, well, now we can go back to watching the lava flows, and then we get to deal with moods. What is that? Why is it eternally burning? Donkey leather mitten seems to be burning for a while. I think Frog was married, but I can't fully remember. Or actually, it's safe to assume that Frog was married, but... Those two humans up top died yet? Nope. They've managed to get into the corner that takes the longest to fill with lava, so I guess good for them. I guess good for them. Funny, the person whose gloves that in's name was Zilta Amazement. It is pretty amazementing. I'm just annoyed that they killed that gift giver from the Realms of Stone. They're a peaceful faction. The Confederacy of Sport could have learned many things from them, but they chose not to, which is a damn shame, frankly. BRB, alrighty. See you in a bit, Raz. At least I can say that the murder tools are very entertaining. Nagosip will be remembered. Hopefully the humans will appreciate our statue. I don't know why we have a dead horse. Oh, it must have been in a cage from ages ago. Apparently we have a dead horse. Okay. Wait until those two drop those things off. Going to forbid this briefly. Gonna pull that lever. Let's squish all the stuff that's in there. Why? Because then we'd be beating a dead horse. Stone. Is it just for the saying? Is that what this is? Quick, beat a dead horse. Why? It's a dead horse. You have to beat it. Can I just say shoutouts to King of the Nerds, who on my YouTube commented on my full VOD of Stray that just says that they're very mad that the flickering QR code apparently leads to nowhere. After all of the work, I went to replace every pixel of the QR code. Like, oh my god, dude. I feel bad, but wow. It's one of those, I feel bad, but I also kind of don't. King's gonna turn around and pull the lever real quick. Kind of making puns. As I don't know if that counts as a pun, but you do gotta say the thing. The classic saying of beating the dead horse. which is just like the four guys in the band that I like called Dead, can legitimately say that they are dead men walking whenever they go walking. All right. Everybody is helping the cause of getting rid of the crap that those humans left on the upper floor. I thought I fixed this problem, but apparently I didn't. I'm going to go through and forbid hauling of all of the clothing. I will remove this clothing, but we'll do it after we've removed the bodies, because I need the bodies out of here, because that's the problem for everybody's mental health, is seeing the bodies. The clothing is like a minor displeasure, but the dead bodies are what are the problem here. I mean, look at all of these large rope breed alpaca skirts. This is also something I'm not really looking forward to doing in the premium version. It's much easier to do in this version where it's just like, yeah, just slide through and forbid everything. Unless there's like a select all box or something. Oh. I do still want all this stuff dumped, but I want all the people dumped first. There we go. Some of the bodies are now getting removed. That's what I need to see, is the bodies getting removed. Game keeps hitching for some reason. I wish I knew why, but I don't. Remember how we said the Dwarf Fortress sometimes just tries to crash? Right now it's doing that. It's just trying to crash right now. There it goes. Back. Okay. Moving teeth, that works. Bodies, perfect, perfect. Get rid of them fucking bodies, please. Open up these doors. We get to do all of this again the next time we get sieged, but hopefully I won't have to let humans out of the fort at the same time. Next time I'm not going to give them the nice exit, because it's not worth having to clean up these bodies up here. I want the only humans that get into the fort, I want them to only have access to down here so that they just burn. Because having to go through and remove all their bodies by hand is so detrimental to dwarven mental health, it's ridiculous. As you could probably imagine, you know? Disposing of bodies by hand, probably not the best thing for someone's mental sanity, right? So, anyway, chat, it's Thursday. Do you guys have any plans for the weekend? I get to walk up a mountain again on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday and Sunday I will be up a mountain, which means I missed the F1 race, but worth it, because I get to go backpacking, so. I'm very much looking forward to it. Okay, so once all these bodies are out of here. Don't even know what you're having Sunday? About this. Cool. They can, but some people are just... Well, think about it this way. In real life, some people can. In real life, some people can't. It's the same with dwarves. But in this particular version, they're much more sensitive to it than in the current version. This install of the game is one version behind. The last version got some pretty severe nerfs to stress, so I have to be much more careful than I would normally, because of Longdeath and the version that's running in. But it depends on the dwarf. Some dwarves will always be bothered by it. Some dwarves can get used to it rather quickly, and that's always been the way that Dwarf Fortress works. It's very heavily based on personality. And some dwarves can like get so broken in their mind that they gain things like grim satisfaction when they see death, and they get excited when they see corpses. But that's very rare. Very, very, very rare. You have a tabletop RPG convention like Dragon Con? Dragon Con's the only D&D convention I'm familiar with. That sounds fun, though. Wash your hands. I have a really hard time not being a massive downer when it comes to conventions right now. Just because, like, every single time I open Twitter, somebody's just like, I was at TwitchCon Amsterdam and I just got COVID. So... Yeah, understood. A lot more about the depth of personality when you're looking into adventure mode and creating a character. Or just, like, hit V and hit Z and then press enter on any dwarf. And you'll just get all of this. Which gives you a pretty good idea when you read all of it. About which dwarves can handle what. Some dwarves I don't allow them to haul corpses. Because they're super timid and stuff. And burial hauling, or body hauling, I guess, is one of the jobs that they have to get assigned. Four bodies left. We're making progress. Once the last of these bodies from this upper level is in here, I'm going to crush the garbage masher, and then I'll just allow them to go to normal. You don't know Dragon Con, but you think it's way smaller, about 100 people attending? Oh, yeah, no, that's way smaller. Dragon Con is like 100,000 people. It's like, I think it's run by Reed Pop, the same people who run PAX. It's a very big convention. I think. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, it's like 100,000 people go to Dragon Con. Huge convention. I barely consider 100 people a convention. That's just like a big meetup. So, Dead Robot, I've seen your name around a couple of times. Have you been, like, following the game for a while, or are you still just very new to things? That's one of the things that always surprises me is how many people are still actively discovering Dwarf Fortress. I'm going to remove this dwarf from refuse hauling. And burial. And some dwarves you really don't want to give armor and a weapon. Yeah, some dwarves you don't want to let them train in the military stuff because they're much more likely to, like, beat somebody up in a bar fight. And dwarves can get so strong that they can just, like, one-tap somebody in the forehead and then their forehead is gone. Because it's just, like, a hole right through to the other side of their head. Some dwarves can literally be that strong. Where it's just like, yeah, their head explodes into a lump of gore. It's like, oh, well, that's... seems bad for your health. Because your head is now a lump of gore. So there's still 2 invaders, technically. Their time seems to be coming to a close, I would say. I mean, look at this. Look at the, oh, there goes one. Never mind, there's 1 invader. Now there's no invaders. Okay. We are officially... Oh, nope, never mind. Only... Still is 1. I thought he went in there and caught fire, but didn't, turns out. Still alive, currently. Not on fire just yet. Just engulfed in smoke. Can't see anything. Eyes are watering, probably. Because smoke. I just need to let that burn all the way down to the end, and then we Gucci. Some of it'll, some stuff will remain, but the vast majority of it will be gone. All right, so King is dropping off the last body. Lock the door for a sec. Pull the lever, do it now. King turns around, does the honors. Still feels uneasy about seeing this human's dead body, but kerthunk. And now ding dong, the humans are gone. Just like that. My magic trick. 1 invader left. No invaders left. Perfect. So now we just need to wait another 10 minutes and it'll eventually get to the end of that and it'll clean up the rest of this. There's still some stuff in here that's like taking a while to burn. It's like somebody's rotten arm is like right there that hasn't quite caught fire yet. But yeah, lava is slowly engulfing the last of the tunnels. And with that, we can say successful siege. I do need to wait for it to finish burning everything, though. So we are going to open this lever now. Last of the dwarves are now dumping the last of the bits and pieces. Fortunately, it's just clothing now, which is much easier to deal with. And there's dwarves like Bloodcat, who's just like, just doesn't care. Really. This is a little uneasy, but that's about it. But yeah, DragonCon is one of those conventions that I've always kind of wanted to go to, and not for the D&D stuff. I always kind of wanted to go to DragonCon just because I always thought it would be fun because they have huge chunks of it that are like dedicated to like paranormal stuff, and they have a lot of panels about that sort of thing. Which ghosts aren't real. Okay, I'm not one of those people who are like ghosts are real, but ghosts are fun. Ghosts, while not real, they're fun as hell to talk about and think about, and I love watching crazy people in convention panels talk about ghosts. So that shit is my jam. So pretty keen to maybe go to that one day, because I just think it would be a lot of fun. Okay, so we are getting rid of a whole bunch of clothing down here. We're replacing some traps. Picking up a corpse is fine. Picking up a corpse in the rain, unacceptable. How about a snowstorm? Been following the game for a while. Since you discovered Correct Smash, got you, but I only recently started playing this week. You got about 400 hours. Remember? Well, okay, then you know what you're doing. You only scratched the itch for a while, but you're going to wait for the Steam edition. You had the urge to play RimWorld again, but can't be asked to set up all the quality of life mods. You figured the initial learning curve isn't as difficult as you thought. What, for Dwarf Fortress? That's not a wall of text. Come on. The initial learning curve for Dwarf Fortress is like, if you've played RimWorld, you already have all of the skills you need in order to manage Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress's UX is just more obtuse. Although, maybe play Clanfolk then. Because Clanfolk's neat. Or play Odd Realm. Or play Songs of Six. There's a variety of games you could play that are all like pretty good games that scratch the same itch without, you know, being Dwarf Fort. But yeah, never apologize for walls of text. Walls of text are appreciated. In this house, we like every wall of text. This is a Dwarf Fortress stream. We look at walls of text all the time. Yes, in fact, we prefer walls to be full of text. I'd rather have walls of text in my chat than no text in my chat. Any day. Holding the wall is an image of text. I don't think I can make an image of text. It would be really cool if you could, like, essentially... Well, I mean, actually what I could do is I could literally take the letters of animals to write the alphabet on a wall. I was just thinking that it would be neat if I could make, like, a Rosetta Stone on a wall in Dwarf Fort, but I can't. Cleaning up after sieges like this is just annoying as hell. Because it's just like, I'm sitting here going, I didn't want to have them in this hallway. Don't know why, but you thought Dwarf Fortress was going to be significantly more difficult to get into, or to get started with. But it's because like Christ Smash Cries and anything I don't understand, you can just dive into the wiki. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I can tell you why you think that Dwarf Fortress is so hard to learn. This meme. This is why. It's this, literally, it's this meme. This is why everybody thinks Dwarf Fortress is so hard to learn. And while this meme is funny, it's also kind of fucking stupid. And very wrong. And inaccurate. Hey, Wilmer, what up? It's good to see you. Also, this has nothing to do with anything, but somebody disliked my VOD of Stray. I guess some people don't like getting, you know, uploads of 10-hour-long games on YouTube in one video. Hey, at least I uploaded it in one video and not like a 25-part Let's Play, which I totally could have done. People are just like, how dare you upload something different? Dislike. Must be a dog person, that too. Yeah, they're just a dog person. I don't like cats or dogs in particular, so that's not true. I do like dogs, and I also do like cats. I just don't want to own either. I like vicariously living through other people who own cats and dogs, because I can just go visit them and then, like, go back home to my nice, quiet, indoor space. You thought I saw a human, then you realized it was a unicorn? No. Definitely unicorns. No humans on this map. You know, people are just like, dislikes don't work anymore. No, they absolutely still work. They're just only shown to the creator. It's silent feedback instead of public feedback, which is exactly the same. Like, literally, no change has happened since they hid them. I think there's still plugins that work that let you see them, but it's just silent feedback instead of public feedback, because public feedback leads to harassment. Silent feedback leads to actually changes getting made and things improving. So one is useful, the other one causes harassment. And if you really want to see the like to dislike ratio, you can use a extension or a plugin, or just look at the ratio between views to likes and to guess and to comments to guess how many things have how popular or how good a video is. So yes, dislikes absolutely work, and yes, the creator sees them. And if you dislike a video, you should absolutely dislike it. If you think a video is fake, you should absolutely dislike it. Dislikes are actually useful now instead of just like targeted harassment usually. Because the only time I would get dislikes previously was when I talked about politics on my stream. Now I get dislikes on my YouTube videos when it's a video people don't want to see. I get dislikes for other reasons, which is much better. It's actually a useful statistic now for the creator, whereas previously it wasn't. Who can hate a cat? It teeny. Clearly. I don't know. I was expecting to get some dislikes on that because 1, it's different. 2, it's a 10-hour-long video, and 3, it's not Dwarf Fortress. So I kind of just expect that with certain types of games that I upload footage of. It's like, yes, I'm totally expecting to get dislikes from people when I upload a video of a popular game. That's just a given. Enjoy your lurks, Taylor. But yeah, don't let anybody tell you that dislikes don't work anymore. Just because people are stupid and spread the wrong information doesn't mean you should listen to it. They absolutely work. It's just simply hidden from the average viewer. as they bloody well should be. I have a very unpopular opinion on this, which is that they should be hidden from the viewer. But I also create content, and I've been harassed in the past by people who don't like me. And it's really nice to not have to deal with that. It's much nicer to not have to deal with that, in fact. Man, there's so much more that needs to be dealt with. How's the lava doing? Hey, lava's full. Okay. So I can get the drain going, which is pull this, do it now. Pull this. Please. Pull this, do it now. So this will open the floodgates and drain her out. Nope. The lurk command has no purpose. It's just a way of saying, I'm going to go lurk. And a lot of channels have lurk commands that say, I'm going to be lurking for a bit. That's, I don't know, some people like to announce when they're going to not talk for a while. Does it have any particular purpose? No, not really. It's just, for some reason, it's a part of Twitch culture that if somebody is going to not say anything for a while, they lurk. And a lot of people just like to type an exclamation point lurk. And then they get perplexed when there isn't a command to let you go into lurk. Because it's, I don't know, it's like asking for permission to leave the table. Some people seem to think that that's necessary. I don't, but some people do, so I have it for the people who do. If I'm gonna lurk, I usually just plop a lurk emote into the chat, or I just don't say anything. Which is usually what ends up happening, I just don't say anything. So now we get to drain the lava out whenever they pull the other lever. They got another lever to pull, though. Ah, there it is. Then someone gonna pull that lever. There it go. The lava flows out the side and drains. And still fills at the top, which is probably just full. Pretty much, yeah. We're in mid-autumn. We've done a quarter of a season today. Very inefficient today for our time. But hey, we're at war. We got to do our best. The bulbous heavens. Arch's religious title is the bulbous heavens. It's a real pity they don't show them down here. Taigo's still the gilded gears. Just gonna let them continue to dump items until they dump all of them. Hi, new here. I'm blind. Have all of your original dwarves died of old age? Yeah, like hundreds of years ago. Most of them were dead by like year 90. And we're in year 409. Or rather, 404 technically. But dwarves only live to be about 170. Yeah, 5 times over. You know, we're on like 5th generation. Some of the dwarves in the fortress are still like descendants of them. Yes, we're at war. The humans just finished invading us once, and we're in the process of cleaning up after that siege. This is the rest of what remains of their army, this pile of lava, because we dumped lava on their head. Not quite. 1 more month. It's 1 year and 11 months worth of real streams. Yeah, no, we have dwarves die of old age on a pretty frequent basis. Like, maybe every couple of years, someone will die. Far and away vast majority of dwarven deaths in this fortress have been of natural causes and old age. So, you know, pretty good time. We had to build lava defenses to counter this, is true. Lava defenses are, in fact, best defenses, though. Drag unrotten... Dring unrotten Matt's error. Well, I mean, your problem is you're using DF hack. If you didn't use DF hack, you wouldn't be aware of the errors. So I have no idea, because I'm a vanilla player. I don't use external tools, and I generally just kind of work through things. I mean, I can tell that you spelled it wrong, but... Oh, unless you're saying drink unrotten materials? Are you talking about, like, is it like the red text that pops up at the bottom, or are you talking about stuff that would pop up in the DF hack window? Because if it's drink unrotten materials, it means you have no unrotten materials to make drinks. It's not an error. That's just you need to harvest fresh materials to make into drinks. It's like, you know, can't weave silk into thread. It's because I have no silk to weave into thread, which I should actually, like, turn off. No auto loom, because then I'll stop getting that error. It means that you need to go, like, harvest some surface materials or something, or plant a garden, or do something to harvest some plump helmets so that you can more efficiently farm materials. But yeah, that'll empty out sooner rather than later. And then we need to let these dwarves party for a bit, because they're going to need a break. No problem, Lattice Ruff. Let's forget about the time travel bit, Jack Nurik. That part was not optimal, and not something I want to have brought up constantly forever. I'll mention it occasionally, but it doesn't need to be, like, you know, a frequent point of discussion. Because I don't want to have to explain to people why I had to go back 6 years in a save file. Also, as the one person said on YouTube, one save rollback in 400 years is pretty good. Considering most forts in Dwarf Fortress don't last longer than 10 years. And we're on year 400 and I've rolled back to one save. It's like, okay, that's pretty okay. Aside from, like, a couple crashes, but that doesn't count. We're still talking, like, only a small handful of crashes. But right now, all we're doing is cleaning up clothing. Because some of the humans managed to get into the fort. And I just want to throw this stuff out. We don't need to keep this stuff. Although I have this weird feeling we're going to get attacked a lot this year. Welcome back, Raz. I have a feeling we're going to get attacked a lot today. Because the way sieges generally work is they go siege... Maybe a year later, another siege, and then siege, and then long break. Although, ironically, that's a bug. They're not supposed to ramp up that quickly. But it's a bug that has since been fixed, but I know to expect it. So, I'm expecting to get a lot of sieges this year. How big is the faction invading you? And how the heck would I know how big they are? I mean, if you want, you can go download the save and look up the Confederacy of Sport, and you can go figure that out. But because I don't ever look at Legends, I have no idea. They are as big as they are. Populations of sites. In a world like this one, it's really hard to tell how accurate those numbers are. By that, I mean it's almost impossible to tell how accurate those numbers are. But they're the bigger of the two ones. Those numbers are only super accurate if you retire or lose a lot of fortresses, but 400 years of one fort, those numbers haven't changed at all and are not accurately represented on the world map anymore. And they haven't been for a long time, so. Krabicus, I've got another very cheap game for you to obsess over. Except this game, so few people have bought it, you can become #1 very quickly. By that, I mean #1 in the world. I need to introduce you to a cheese runner, Krabicus. And then you can compete with me and Stone, a.k.a. Seashore's Wall, for the #1 in the world score. It's a ASCII drug selling game where instead of selling drugs, you're selling cheese. You want to be #1? So do I, dude. But more competition, the better, damn it. But it has global leaderboards. Speaking of, it looks like Stone left a review of it. Hell yeah. Thanks, Stone. Gotta keep an eye on Red Octobear. But anyway, what's up, Krabicus? How's things? Investments are open if you guys want to invest your tickets too. Good luck, Jack Narek. Good luck. But yeah, if you want to know the approximate populations of sites, these are the people that we're at war with. And they have a bunch of different sites ranging from 400 to 500, but like, and then there's a few with like 750. But like, these numbers don't update very often, and I don't think that they're representative. I think that there's some bugs with the world map if you never retire your fortress, to put it bluntly. I'm actually going to take you off of all hauling jobs. I'm going to give you masonry and mining. I'm going to forbid this door briefly. I'm going to get you to come back over here and pull that lever again. Whole body's crushed. Oh yeah, okay. Gotta start somewhere, robot dev. So, dead robot dev, what kind of things do you dev? Because you have the word dev in your name. Because if you developed a robot and it died, that seems bad. You would think that, like, you'd want your name to be like living robot live or something. Living robot dev instead of dead robot dev. Unless you made something called dead robot. All right, let's see. I go visit with the mayor and complain. 2 crutches and 1 pick for the king. And I gotta place a statue. Ironically, not the first statue dedicated to a fight up here, because we had a statue dedicated to Nosferatu, Because Nosferatu killed, what was it? Or was killed by a giant here, if I'm not mistaken. True, but I could make a robot die. Just give me a sledgehammer. Come here, Spot. You're not that cute. Damn fine win, Jack Knight. Sorry, Tele and, you know, Raz and everybody else. Can I just say that one of the scariest sounds I've ever heard in my entire life is the sound of that Boston Dynamics robot Spot walking? Maybe it's because I've seen that one episode of Black Mirror with the murder attack drones that look like small dogs. But it's like... and the fact that those look suspiciously similar to those murder attack drones... It's kind of, I don't know. It's maybe the scariest sound I've ever heard in my life. Okay, cool. At least you're happy about learning about kicking. Just don't kick anybody after tantruming you. You've done some Twitch stuff like an animated hype train and chatbot. Gotcha. No finished products. Trying one stupidly painful route of doing it in C from scratch. No game engine. Well, I mean, if Epion can do it... One of my favorite games, Jupiter Hell, is made by mostly one guy, and he made the entire engine himself from scratch, and it took him like 12 years to finish the game for that reason. It's like 12 years later the game released. It's like, well, might be sort of why it took so long. But now he has his own engine, which is super capable, and he's like, well, his next game is going to take like 1/10 of the time. Yeah, C++, and Lua. Yeah, yeah. He's been on this stream a number of times. I've talked with him a good few times. Oh, look at this! The king is placing the statue. That's oddly poetic. That is oddly poetic. Super cool, actually. You reached the cold necromancer-looking boss in medium on Jupiter? I reached that in ultraviolence and killed him in ultraviolence on Monday. Pretty happy about that, to be honest. Pretty happy about that. But I don't know. I'm just going to shout about this again because I need to promote it more. Me and my stream team are hosting a game jam in a week. If anybody ever wanted to take part in a game jam run by streamers, now's your opportunity. It might get your game played by a bunch of streamers if you successfully make a game in 72 hours. You get so focused on not missing anything good on the earlier levels. I mean, I 100% the entire first 2 zones consistently. It's the 3rd and 4th zone that I sometimes don't 100%. But first 2 zones, I 100% both times. So I would say that is a good thing, Kravicus. So we're placing this statue dedicated to that human who fought off the other human army. The interesting if the other human faction went to war with us, but they also went to war with each other. One of the best forts I ever had. I was at war with about 4 different factions, but half of them were fighting with each other. So like 2 of them were inner fighting. So I'd have like the goblins show up to attack me, another goblin faction to siege me at the same time, and then the elves would stealth in and attack both of them, which was very funny. We don't know yet, which is why I'm waiting for the king to place the statue. I'll look when the statue's placed. Gotta leave some things up to suspense, right? How did I know the name of the human that died? I pressed K and put it on their corpse and looked. That's like literally the I read the name tag response. Stone helped though. The theme is good morning. Which, I don't know why I feel this is necessary, but not NFT related. Waking up in the morning is the theme, basically. It is listed in that blurb. Maybe I should make it more clear. Could always just go in there and tweak it. Forgot that allied merchants show their names. You're thinking of invaders? Invaders show their names. They also show the name of the faction that they're a part of, usually, if you examine their armor. If they have any kind of ornaments or engravings on their armor, the vast majority of the time it's the image of their civilization. So if they show up and they have, like, let's just say a breastplate, they're wearing a breastplate and a shield, or wielding a shield, I guess, technically, and wearing a breastplate, and the breastplate has an image on it, it's likely that the image is the image of the faction that they're a part of. Just, you know, some neat little tips. But yeah, no, we're encouraging people to use Godot or Game Maker or some other pre-built engine. Don't go too absurd, but can't find it with Control F on the page. I will fix that in about 8 clicks. And fixed. I swear that it was in there somewhere. Oh, I see. It's in the short description, just not the full description. Well, that's fair. Meaning it would be visible from the description page at the when people are searching for it, but not in the actual description. Anyway, I fixed that. I mean, if you did, it would probably be like Zork. Which also, I'd be super down for that. If somebody just wants to make a goddamn text adventure, I'm in. I will play the hell out of a text adventure. Give me like a choice-based text adventure with an inventory, I'm in. Just make it run in a goddamn terminal window. Just saying. But then again, that's me. I like weird stuff like that. I mean, I'm the one who's been shouting about Cheese Runner for the past week, and I'm pretty sure Cheese Runner was made in a weekend. Oh, also, I would like to highlight something because I think that this is way too fucking funny about Cheese Runner. Cheese Runner's minimum requirements. Windows 7 processor. Yes. OpenGLES 2.0 support. Low requirements. Any Windows 7 or newer machine should run it fine. It's just processor. Yes. Like implying you need a processor. What kind of processor? Processor. Yes. Okay. Moving on. I don't know why that amuses me so much, but it very much does. I'm a big fan of games that have system requirements that are a joke. Like 8-bit MMO, that game from ages ago, doesn't require a sound card. However, the dev recommends that you make beep boop sounds when appropriate, if you don't have one. Anyway, so Nagosp Murdertrots is a human. This is an exceptional statue of Nagosp Murdertrots. The item is an exceptionally designed image of Nagosp Murdertrots, the human, and a vulture man in Iron by Saigon. Murdertrots is embracing the vulture man. Must have been friends with a vulture man. That's kind of cool, actually. Got bad news for that vulture man. King, you should go get yourself a drink. You're all thirsty. Must like vulturemen for their ability to fly or something. Yeah, no, my favorite Steam minimum requirements is 8-bit MMO, which came out ages ago, by the way. Literally titled 8-bit MMO. Also not 8-bit, which bothers me. It's more just like pixel MMO. Anyway. It's a free-to-play game, and you can, like, buy in-game founders packs and stuff. Never really did super well. Probably pretty dead. I'd be shocked if there's anybody playing this anymore. But the graphics card is integrated graphics is fine, or really any wire and tinfoil that you can cobble together that looks like a graphics card. It requires a broadband internet connection and a sound card. If you don't have one, just make beep and boop noises with your mouth when appropriate. Which, additional notes, you can probably get this to run on a toaster. Definitely also runs on Windows XP. I mean, and also Mac. OS, you should get one of the laptops with the glowing logo on the back, because I'm pretty sure it makes it go faster for Mac OS. And minimum, tested on Ubuntu 12.04, 32-bit. Not recommended. Not Gen 2. I don't know. Like, that kind of stuff is just funny to me. I don't know. Also, hold on a second. Similar to games you've played, EVE Online. You sure? Anyway, back to Dwarf Fortress. We should play 8-bit MMO chat. I wonder if anybody is playing. I'm going to go to Steam DB and see if anybody's playing 8-bit MMO. 8-bit MMO. Is anybody... There's one person playing 8-bit MMO. 24-hour peak was 4. There was 5 people playing last week. Oh, damn. They had 7 for a very brief bit of time. The last time there was more than like 10 people playing was like a decade ago. Every now and again, there's like these weird spikes, and I'm convinced it's like because someone makes a YouTube video about it. Yeah, it's like maybe once a year there will be like a bunch of people playing, and then everybody forgets that it exists again. Yeah, back in like 2015, there was people playing. More like O. I mean, more like MO. It's a multiplayer online. I don't know. It's a tiny little indie project. But I will always remember 8-bit MMO because it has just the best system requirements of any game on Steam. I really like you should get one of the laptops with the glowing logo on the back because I'm pretty sure it makes it go faster. My favorite little anecdote. All right, Red October, how are you doing? Decent meals, guilty upon being able to rest and recuperate. All right, well, let's take the dwarves out of training and just lock them in the bunker for a bit. Let's go take a break, dwarves. for the winter, I'd say. When the walls fell. As Bombernauts and their feature list descends into chaos, 4 delightful tile sets that'll massage your eyes with their color till you see a new 4th color. Yeah, okay. No, I'm in. I'm here for it. I also just really like Steam pages that are a little bit unhinged, you know? Things that are unhinged in an entertaining fashion, I very much enjoy. Tygo says, I should be feeling great. Man. You do feel great, though. You're euphoric due to inebriation. Very happy, Dwarf. It's along the same lines as a not safe for work game claiming that it features one-handed play. I mean, that's a very common feature for that. So, I don't know. I'll be honest, for me, that's the reason why not safe for work games don't... Like, porn games don't work for me because I have to play them. It's just like, I either want to play my... I don't want to play my porn. I want to watch my porn. And I guess people don't fully understand that. What they actually need is they need those eye cameras that, like, watch your eyes. And then you can, like, blink when you want the scene to change. That I'd be in for. It's like before your eyes, but not safe for work version. That was a game that won a bunch of awards. A lot of people liked. I never got around to playing it. Now I'll stop getting pings about that. Also, what's up, Suspicious? Or It's not Suspicious, but I always read your name as Suspicious. But anyway, hello, what's up? Kind of in the same boat since you don't know if you should read or just look as you're incapable of both. This is part of the reasons why I don't like watching things with subtitles. It's because I can either watch the TV show or I can read the TV show, and I can't really do both. Like, sorry, I don't have enough visual field to see the whole screen and the text at the same time. It's not my fault my eyes are fucked. So what I'm saying is they should put the subtitles in the middle of the screen, and then I'd be able to actually watch what's going on and read the subtitles at the same time. But then there'd be subtitles in the way of the action, which I'm sure wouldn't benefit anybody. I'm sure everybody would appreciate having subtitles in the middle of their TV show. Pedal control. I mean, the thing about pedal controllers, though, argument, is you can buy pedal controllers for, like, flight sims and shit. So theoretically, you could go that route. But then they need to actually offer key rebinding, and how many, like, games of that sort have key rebinding. But I digress. You're the same, but only your eyes are half semi-fucked. You're very nearsighted. Yeah, see, I have the visual field problems and the floating blind spot pop problems, so it's like, being nearsighted is whatever. I'm also very nearsighted. When people are just like, I'm legally blind without my glasses, I'm just like, I'm legally blind with my glasses. That's the difference between me and most people who have fucked eyes, is... people who are just like, oh, if I don't have my glasses on, I'm so nearsighted, I'm legally blind. It's like, cool. That's most people who wear, that's vast majority of people who wear glasses. Get on my level, peasant. Yeah, absolutely. Gut one of your eyes out with a fork and then we'll talk. Exactly, TiVo. Quit mulling over being nauseated by the sun. Rat Octo. I don't want you to cause me problems. The peasantry need to learn how the scholar's soft. Hold on a second. Are you calling me a scholar? How am I a scholar? I'm a high school fucking dropout, dude. No, you definitely don't need to get one of your eyes. Please don't take... Cherish your eyesight. But it's not a contest. Because if it was, I would have already won. I don't know why, but I have a loonie on my desk. Maybe it's like proof that I'm Canadian. Maybe it's a loonie. It's been years since I've actually had cash, but then earlier it was like last week, all of debit went down in Canada. So it's like I could use credit cards for everything, but instead of that, I just went to the bank and took out $40 cash, and just when I needed to buy stuff that weekend, I just used cash for my groceries because I didn't need a lot of groceries. And I have a bunch of loonies around now, and I haven't had cash around since before the pandemic. It's weird. It's very weird. Yeah, to get glasses, not a very big prescription, but you wear them for mid-long distancing, yeah. Cash is smelly, though very useful. I would say that bills are useful. Coins, kind of a waste of pocket space, generally, in my experience. You know, I haven't seen it in a while. Space Pirate. What have Space Pirates been up to? Wonder if, wow, Navy didn't manage to get any kills in those fights? Damn. Very happy about training, though. What Rory? Rory managed to get any kills? Aw, Rory feels funness when remembering making a friend. I mean, all of the drugs I buy are legal, so... I don't know what illegal I haven't committed illegal activities with money since pre-weed legalization, okay? I mean, fuck, my neighbor is renting my parking space beneath my building alongside of my unit, or because that I technically own as part of my unit, and he's paying me in weed. Perfectly legal because I live in Canada. He's literally just like, okay, there's like 500 grams of weed. He's like, how much do you want? Do you want that monthly? I'm like, dude, this is enough to last me until like November. Maybe longer, probably longer. Like 500 grams of weed. That's a lot of weed. All right, we're gonna close that because the lava is cooling off. Lava drain. And Vadian Fort we can open. It's BC Bud. It's just not mass grown. It's grown by his friend. It's not lawn trimmings. I'd go grab them and show them, but I'd rather not. It's definitely not like shake or anything like that. Anything old school and fun like that. No, it's very much just something that someone's growing in their backyard. I don't know if they're growing it in illegal quantities. They might be, but... Because you're legally allowed to have 4 plants per person. So, I don't know how many plants this person has, but all I know is it's his guy that grows it, so... I get the gist that he's been growing it for a long time. What, weed? If I wanted to go get weed on my own, I would. If I wanted to go get weed, I would walk to the store that's like a 20-minute walk from here, up the street. Or I would go get on the train and I'd go to the nicer one that's 2 stops up and a 10-minute walk. Or I would just simply order some and it would just show up in my mailbox. Because I live in Canada. But yeah, that one would be something that you would buy from like a friend, the weed that this guy gets me. You know what's distressing to me about that whole statement? Is that you're referring to weed as something that druggies use. That's like saying that fast food is something that fat people eat. It's literally the thing that keeps me from killing myself, dude. Is that valuable and good? I mean, the weed that he gave me is probably about $150 to $200 in weed. Mm-hmm, sure. But that's a very offensive sentence that you wrote, Gravicus. Weed is a recreational pain medication, for fuck's sake, dude. Which is what I use it for. Pain management and mental health management. It's like, okay, so what are my options? It's like, sure, I could take some sort of opioid for my nerve damage. Or I could take weed. Both are legal. So, you know, like, it's your prerogative of what words you want to use, but think about what you're saying, yeah? One is literally calling me a drug addict, and then the other one is, you know, pain management. It's very 1990s of you. The olds never agree. Unfortunately, the olds didn't fuck enough and make enough children, so there isn't enough youngs to outvote the olds. So we have to wait another 30 years for enough of the olds to be dead so that we can outvote them. Fuck if I know, I ain't taking opioids. I mean, okay, so this was the last time I had a family doctor before she just like vanished. Her statement was, I could prescribe these very expensive meds that I would have to pay on top of, because a lot of stuff is covered in Canada, but like within degrees. So like this medication was covered about 60%, which would mean I would need to pay about $60 a month to get it. There is one medication that I could take that would suppress the pain from the nerve damage that I have. And she's like, well, I could prescribe this, or you could just keep smoking weed. And I was like, I'll just keep smoking weed. That was literally the option. It's just like when pain gets too bad, I put THC in my system and it goes away. It's fine. And it's also like I have sleep problems, right? I have problems with sleep paralysis, exploding head syndrome, and insomnia. And again, it was well, I can prescribe 2 different medications, one to wake you up in the morning and one to knock you out at night, or you can just keep consuming cannabis. It's like those are the options I get in almost everything now with doctors. Because they are well aware of how efficient this stuff is and how non-invasive it is. She was a terrible doctor, actually. Oh, shit! Anthony was giving birth to a baby girl. Is Farana still lurking? I know that you had a dwarf previously in the other timeline. But we just got a brand new baby girl. Is lurking. I'm going to give this to Farana because this person had a dwarf and then we went back in time. Doesn't matter, Kravicus. This one is owed to somebody. Because it's very rare that I go back in time like this. It is satisfying. There's also another one for I screamed at somebody in charge, and it was satisfying. So she is the daughter of Anthony and Navy. I'm going to DM Navy and be like, yo, you had a kid. Just an FYI. But no, you do not currently have a dwarf Caravicus. But anyway, is the daughter of Anthony and Navy, and she is short and fat, and her somewhat short head is extremely narrow. Her somewhat broad ears are somewhat short, and her hair is wavy. Her long hair is neatly combed, and her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. Her nose is slightly upturned. She likes galena, brass, and heliodor. Amber and giant snapping turtle, shell, and warhammers and goats for their eating habits, and the sound of the blossom of songs, and the sight of the rhythm of gloss. When possible, prefers to consume leopard gecko and strawberry wine, and absolutely hates toads. She personally values honesty and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of mastering a skill. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations, and she is readily moved by art and natural beauty. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. Wait, what? She is not readily moved by art and natural beauty. She's conflicted by this as she values art and its creation. She rarely is jealous, and she almost never feels discouraged. She can be very happy and optimistic and does not often feel lustful. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Likes a little excitement now and again and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And she tries to do things correctly each time and likes to brawl. She is quick to anger and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. But from my experience with these weird medications, right? I'm not the sort of person who says weed fixes everything. It doesn't fix anything. Weed is like bad for you and bad for your system. However, if you're given the option between taking rather invasive heavy medications or continuing to already have a bad habit that you already have, it's often better when it comes to potentially addictive invasive medications to just stick with the bad habit that you already have that isn't addictive and not something that you develop a dependency for. Like, I can just stop smoking weed for 3 weeks and be fine with almost no withdrawal symptoms. I have some habit symptoms, but that's just like trying to break any habit. If I just put all this stuff away and don't have weed in my house, I can go weeks and be totally fine. Coffee, a day and a half, and I have such a bad splitting headache, I want to cry. So, coffee, it's a bona fide addiction. So, in my case, it's better for me to just keep up with the bad habits that I already have, rather than potentially developing new, more harmful ones, which is what opioids generally cause. But you know, like a family member of mine who's a recovering opioid addict, who had problems with Oxycontin in high school. She is still on various meds, but significantly less than she was on previously, and subsidizes it with other things. Because a lot of those pills are pretty fucking dangerous. That's interesting. When they're training, they can view artifacts. I've noticed. Feels pleasure after viewing Eculium Uvar Umet on display. It's the only time I ever see them getting that. Mood buff. Getting them out of the miasma so that they don't have to train in the stinky, rotten food. Where's that one person who yells at me as propaganda for normalizing drugs? Somebody once said that I need to be banned from Twitch because I'm normalizing the use of illicit drugs and propaganda. So, chat, if you think I'm propaganda and normalizing the use of illicit drugs, I hope I'm not causing any serious distress for you. My response to that person was, then what exactly is Snoop Dogg? They never responded. If I'm normalizing the use of drugs, then what exactly is Snoop Dogg? Because calling Snoop Dogg propaganda is bloody funny to me. How can it be illicit drug if it's in Canada? Propaganda from whom? Jamaica? Exactly. I'm just promoting tourism in Jamaica. Yeah, man. That was probably racist, but you know. I'm not going to try and mimic a Rasta accent because I will sound horribly racist. I need to keep an eye on this dwarf. Red Octo. God, I would love to visit Jamaica. It's one of the few places in the world that I would genuinely just love to go to. Like, everybody, like, talks about wanting to go to all these various tropical places. It's like, yeah, Jamaica. That's, like, the one tropical place that I would want to go to. Meanwhile, everybody in the Netherlands are just, like, laughs in coffee shops. But anyway, it's 4:20 somewhere, as they say. For whatever it's worth, completely sober right now. I don't stream high. I deal with the pain. It's fine. I get by. There was one time during the pandemic, though, where I was really, really baked at like 11:30 at night, and I was like, I'm gonna turn my stream on, and I did, and I streamed all night. A very weird stream. Very late night yawns stream. I was really tired. Then I got a really big raid like an hour in, and I was like, oh my god, there's like 1,100 people here, and I'm very stoned. I don't really like streaming high. It's not very pleasant. Satisfied after reading Victory by the Algorithm, which frankly I think is the most like content creator thing I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress. I'm gonna give you Scholar, Red Octo, because you seem to enjoy reading. Let's see if you enjoy pondering. I really hope that Dwarf Fortress does well. Whenever like a new game releases and it's just like I don't know. I've been staring at Stray, right? You know, which was like this was the #1 most wishlisted game on Steam, right? Ooh, Purple Moods. It was the #1 most wishlisted game on Steam, right? Before it released. And then obviously, you know, has taken off and done about as well as that game probably could have, right? And it's sold over 1 million copies already. Stray. Dwarf Fortress is currently the 13th most wishlisted game on Steam. I don't really expect it, you know, to have 50,000 concurrent players at launch, but man, it would be nice if Dwarf Fortress just had like 10,000, you know? I think that's achievable. The king feels pleasure near a fine seat. I wonder if it's his fine seat. So I've made this dwarf into a scholar, which is a side job where they basically develop reading skills and try and develop writing skills. Oh, are you starving to death because you're trying to attend a meeting? Okay, well. But essentially, I'm just letting this dwarf read books and study to see if they develop more positive moods from that than they would otherwise. But there's a thing that scholars do that I'm always a little bit worried about whenever I make a new scholar, which is they tend to ponder things. And sometimes the subjects that they ponder make them uncomfortable, and they don't like that. So, like, this one currently is reading the biography of Belinair, right? And just read a book, was satisfied on learning about the book, but was still grouchy dwelling upon being out in the sunshine. That's rough. So, like, they do really enjoy reading. And they're getting positive thoughts from that. But once they start pondering subjects that they're interested in, I have to be careful and check in on them. Because if the pondering stresses them out, then I need to remove them from this job immediately. Otherwise, they will stress themselves into death, basically. Meanwhile, the things here are all pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Melt 10. We're going to melt 10 objects. I need to queue up an iron pick. Benefit of this is we can now run up in here and grab those extra objects. Take them back to be melted. Which will be fantastic. Diamond is running to go manage them work orders. Work orders managed. Ponder physical examination. Red Octo's reading. Got into an argument? Why'd you do that? God damn it. Although it is nice to be up to 28 dwarves from 27. These old forts keeping our population up is a struggle, shall we say. It's a struggle. I need to sneeze. Oi. There we go. We got some doors melting objects. So this is what you do with gear from the enemy. You take their stuff and turn it into iron or steel or whatever material it's made out of. They run up and in here. They grab the stuff. And they take it to be melted. Pretty efficient. Big fan. It's an odd route to go. I don't know why they don't just keep walking straight. I guess it is technically faster to just take a left. Go through that route. I don't know. Also, chat. We hit a thing where I need to do a thing. So can you do me a favor? Can we get a round of beers? I'm curious about how many people are listening to the stream. It's been 10 minutes since somebody said something, which means I have to ask for a round of beers. Just type in the word beer and see how many beers we can get. Not that I'll call out people for doing it, but thank you. Nice to know that people are listening. There's always the weird thought in the back of your head. It's like, did I go offline? You never really know. Bits and pieces of miasma everywhere. We gotta get rid of those. Yeah, as far as the beers go, that's kind of how we... It's for anybody who hasn't seen it before, that's kind of how we show hype in this channel. But I use it kind of as like a roll call from time to time. Essentially, it's just you type in my beer emote and it reposts more beer. Many different languages work for the word beer. The beers emoji works. The beer emoji works. The HS cheers works. Various different streamer beer emotes also work. I don't have like a list of them or anything, but there's a lot of different things that work. So it's kind of like a combination of a scavenger hunt and kind of like a combination of a scavenger hunt and just like, I don't know, a fun way to just be like, boom, hype. I'm not much of a hypey streamer, as you can tell from my demeanor. I don't generally scream too much. So thus we need a way of, you know, doing a roll call that isn't like too annoying. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but if that's supposed to be a translation for the word beer, it clearly doesn't work. And, you know, streamer has to keep chat moving, because chat is how streamer makes money. Just go watch a stream with no chat activity for a bit. You'll see what I mean. All right. Also, can I just say, so that I stumbled upon, or rather, they sent me an email, and they sent a few other people I know emails. I'm not going to name the actual startup, but there's a startup that's trying to sponsor streamers right now, which is an alternative payment process. Ooh, there's a body right there. Oh, did I not? I didn't. All right, let's redump corpses. There is a startup trying to poach streamers with sponsorships right now that is an alternative payment system to PayPal and Amazon to pay for Twitch subscriptions, which is really weird and sketchy to me. It's very strange, and I don't like it at all. Got a bunch of emails about it the other day. It's just like, what the hell is this? Content after pondering foraging behavior. Yay, we found a good scholar. Enjoy pondering. Good scholars are fun too, because then they write books eventually, usually. What are we dancing for, Raz? We dancing? What's happening? Is there a reason to dance, or did you just want to use a flashy emote? Alternative anything just makes you raise eyebrows? Yeah, pretty much, I would say. Pretty much. Just wanted to use the emote. I got you. Well, I suppose today's going to be a day where I need to work hard to start conversations. There's some days on this stream where it's just like conversations and chats just kind of happen super organically and frequently. I feel like today's not going to be one of those days. Nothing you guys are doing wrong. No need to apologize for lurking or anything. It's just we a little quiet. Works pretty much. Ah. I know. I can't read German. I can, and I also can't read Dutch, but if someone is speaking German at me, I can mostly understand what's being said. Alternative facts? What if I want to listen to alternative music, though? Does that still make you cringe? Also, chat investments are open. Hey, Deep Gift. Rari's back to pondering physical exams. Satisfied. Sweet. Actually, we're making 10 choirs. BRB need Coke? Coke bad. Never need Coke. That's my take on Coke. Drink coffee. Less Coke. Chilling in Farm Sim? Ooh. Germany's #1 esport. To forget how freaking hot it was in Germany. Speaking of heat, has the heat started to cool off anywhere yet? Or is it still just like mid-heat wave nightmare? Because over here, at least, we're about to start getting hot. It's been warm the past few days, but not hot. It's supposed to get hot now, which I'm not super looking forward to. You stumbled on another ASCII game. Darkroom. Probably not the one I stumbled upon. Do you want to link it to me? Oh, a dark room, not just dark room. A dark room. Yeah, the only thing I'm getting when I look up a dark room game is the Room VR, A Dark Matter. Oh, okay. So this isn't an ASCII game. This is a web-based text game. Yeah. It's also a very light page. Seems neat. Seems interesting. Post this somewhere where I can find it. Thank you. Is it ad supported or anything, or is it just running a website? Has a mobile paid version? Oh, okay. Oh, the ASCII part starts later? Got it. Initially, it just looks like a text adventure. Got dwarves dancing. I love it when they actually go out and grab instruments. This Obsidian Lular is one of the most popular ones. Nothing is as deep as DF did. I don't expect things to be as deep as DF. But, I mean, it's noteworthy. Notable, especially because it runs at a web browser. Like, that means I could make a video out of it or something. Which means I will definitely do that. So thank you. I do like ASCII stuff because it does well on the YouTube channel. Hence why, I upload a 10-hour VOD of the entirety of Stray onto my YouTube channel. In the first, 6 hours of that VOD being up, it gets, 70 views, which is pretty good, it's views. Whereas I upload a 30-minute video of Cheese Runner, which is a ASCII drug-selling game where you're buying and selling cheese on the black market. And that, meanwhile... gets 600 views in the first day, so a couple hundred in the first hour. It had 400 by the time I woke up. So ASCII stuff does well on my YouTube channel because that's what people watch me for. They watch me for weird shit. When I post weirdly mainstream shit, people don't care as much, which makes sense. I mean, it's the audience I've cultivated. Might as well keep it up. But neat. I mean, the ASCII game that I've been playing recently though is this, which is a couple bucks. Which, according to its system requirements, it does in fact require a processor. Your room is 28.5. My AC is keeping my room 21, which is perfectly fine here. You had rain, but it was 20 C outside. That's not too bad. 20 C and rain. That's basically been our weather for the last month. It's like the first half of July was basically just rain and about 18 to 22 C. Which is why there's like actual safety. Okay, so I got a safety notice sent to my phone earlier this week. It was like, I think Sunday was when I got it. It was just a notification, so I can't pop it back up and tell you what day I got it. But I got a province-wide city-wide safety notice for overwhelming mosquito populations close to the river. Literally, it's just like, if you're planning to go to the river, or if you're planning on going to any lakes, it's actually now considered a safety notice. If you don't have, oh, hey, Jimmy Tibby's serving beer. Look at that. If you don't have, holy shit. Sorry, I just realized something. Jimmy Tibby isn't depressed. At all. This is crazy. Not everybody has an AC. In Canada, almost nobody does. I do because I bought one. The only reason I have air conditioning is because I went out and bought a portable unit. Like, vast majority of people here don't have AC. During the heat wave last year, the death count was about 2,000 people a day for the greater Vancouver area. And there was it was like 2,000 people over like the 3-day heat wave where it was like 40 degrees plus. And there's a lot of articles and stories about people like sitting in cold showers with their pets to keep their pets from like getting dehydrated and overheating and stuff. But anyway, this is crazy because this dwarf was haggard due to the stresses of their awful life. Like, this dwarf was as far down the stress tree as you can get in Dwarf Fortress. And now they have no stress left. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. You don't see that very often. This dwarf has completely recovered from, like, indefinite depression. But, yeah. Now, I have the AC for health reasons, primarily, these days. Initially, I bought it because my ex threatened to move out. And, I mean, she did eventually move out anyway, but, like, it was very much this apartment is too hot and has no air conditioning. You invested in a bug sting cure. It has a ceramic plate and gets hot over 40 C for 3 seconds, and it changed your life. Oh, does it just like completely sear or cauterize almost the bites? I just have like a little ointment that I put on them, but I wear bug repellent when I go outside now. I have to. It's like wearing sunscreen. You literally need to have it on when you go outside here because there's so many mosquitoes. Well, in general, I think we survived that pretty flawlessly. All right, I think we're going to go request a couple, maybe like 2 or 3. Let's go you, you, and you. We're going to invite 4 dwarves to the fort. Oh, I don't currently have a messenger. Let's send... Sure, Banana, you can go do it. And you get stung a lot. Mosquito, not to like correct your English or anything, but mosquitoes don't sting, they bite. A sting is like what a wasp does. A bite is what a mosquito or a fly does. It's like the difference between like stabbing you with a pokey thing on the back of their abdomen and just biting you. So mosquitoes bite. Wasps sting. Bit of a semantics thing, but... They mostly get to you when you're asleep. Yeah, no. I tend to feel that way. The majority of the mosquito bites I get are when I'm trying to sleep, yeah. But I will be coated in bug repellent over the weekend because I will be walking up a mountain, and there is a lot of deer flies up there. If you've never seen deer flies before, let's just say mosquitoes ain't got shit on deer flies. These little fuckers. These little fuckers. They are awful. They make little, that's a deer fly bite, actually. They make these little triangle incisions and eat your skin. They're lovely. They're also pretty big. But them and horseflies are the two that are up that mountain. Fortunately, they go away after sundown and are very easily deterred by bug repellent. So as long as you have bug repellent, you're fine. You'll just kind of have a cloud of them around you. That cures the itching and swelling. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's what tea tree oil does too. Because our flesh is too soft for them to retract their stinger. You also shouldn't be getting stung by bees. If you're getting stung by bees, you're just a bad person. It's just kind of a fact. You should not be getting stung by bees. It's really hard to piss off a bee enough that they sting you. You basically have to swat at them. What, deer flies? Wilmer? I mean, I'm sure they'd have a different name elsewhere. Guess I don't have any sheet. Late winter. We're into late winter. Yeah, we call them deer flies because they bite deer. Just like horse flies. We call them horse flies because they bite horses. Horse flies are fine, though. They're easy to swipe and they move slowly. But deer flies are quick. You can. It's hard to hit a deer fly. You did nothing but got stung a few times anyway? That's because you're close to their hives. Like, okay, so I have a question. If you owned a house or own a house and a random person you've never seen before walks onto your lawn, do you yell at them? Because that's why bees will sting you if you're close to their hive. You're encroaching on their personal space. Let them have their personal space. Sheesh. What, horseflies, Wilmer? Because if we're talking about horseflies again, or deer flies, those don't sting. They bite. Once again, just like mosquitoes, they don't sting. They bite. Yeah, I don't know. I wear bug spray. I have this thing called moose fly repellent, which does a very good job repelling them. It smells kind of spicy almost. Has like this weird scent to it. But it closes your pores and makes you not attractive and makes it hard for the bugs to land on you. And yeah, just wear those and you're generally fine. Is Conquest of Elysium just a fight the enemies game? Yes. Murder all the things, but sometimes it's murder all the things because you went to hell and summoned a ultra demon because you collected enough of the special resource that's only available in the oblivion beneath the realms of Satan. And then the ultra demon joins your side, and then you go ravage the earth top space, and then you send your one flying unit up into heaven, and you enslave a bunch of winged creatures that look kind of vaguely humanoid but have wings, and then you sacrifice 1,000 kobolds to summon a dragon, and then the dragon just one-shots the enemy. It's a murder the enemy game with a lot of variety. It's very much kind of the Warhammer way to diplomacy, by that as diplomacy is murder them harder. If they're still screaming back at you, murder them again. Yes. I mean, it's fine, Wilmer. It's just like, so not everything stings. And I just happen to be like somebody who had a parent who was a marine biologist for a number of years. So I have this stuff hammered into my brain. Never played Aegis Descender. Don't even know what an Aegis Descender is. I would assume it is the opposite of an Aegis Ascender. Now, do you mean Aegis Descent or Aegis Descender? Because there's nothing called Aegis Descender, but there is something called Aegis Descent, which seems to be a first-person shooter spaceship combat game? In caves? Looks kind of neat. This thing? No idea. No idea. Looks neat, though. It's a Slay the Spire FPS thing. I don't see any cards. Are you implying that it's a run-based FPS thing? Because that would be an accurate statement, but a deck builder? I don't see any deck building in this. It looks like the old game Descent, yeah. Although I don't see them doing any flipping. I mean, maybe there's stuff like that, but skimming through the trailer doesn't look like there's any of that. Okay. But why are you asking me about a first-person shooter? I don't generally play first-person shooters. There's like a few specific exceptions to that rule, but I really don't play them much. Just looking through stuff? Sure. Turns out games actually come out faster than I can keep track of them these days. I used to be able to keep track of every game released. I was able to do that probably from about 2012 until maybe 2019, and then I just kind of gave up around 2020 and 2021-ish. There was a point where I was just like, you know what? I actually can't keep up with all of these games being released. There's too many of them, and I've given up. Completely given up. So, no idea. And everything except some YouTube channels, what? What? Keeping up with everything that's released? Ravicus? I mean, I have a life. Unfortunately. So I can't do that anymore. Maybe it's doable? Not on Steam and itch anymore. That's not something to brag about, Kravicus. I like to enjoy the things that I watch, thanks. No, I mean with Steam, like Steam with Steam specifically. For years there was like maybe 4 to 5 games released a day. There's about 60 to 100 games released a day on Steam now. I can't keep up with that. Even if you can filter out all the crap, there's still like 20 games released a day. And I don't bother. It's not that I can't. I mean, maybe I could. There's just literally no logical reason for me to do something so idiotic anymore. That's why you're waiting for retirement? You mean when you're dead and your body is broken because you've spent your whole life overworking yourself to the point where you want to fall over and die? To me, like, there's no logical reason to wait for retirement because by the time I get to retirement, my body will be so broken that... Fuck, if I make it that far. So I choose to enjoy life as I exist currently. I mean, even if I do make it to, let's just say, 60, I don't think the world's going to be super pleasant, so... People who wait for retirement are just ready to lie down and die, in my opinion. Actually enjoy life. Not worth it. So, did get a few brand new merchants, I think. Yes. Just gonna give them hauling jobs for right now. Let them meditate a little bit. We're far enough into early spring that the fountains have started up, which is good. We can put the dwarves back inside of the tavern again. There's 2 things I know for certain about my life. The first one is I'm never going to be able to afford to retire, not in this economy, unless like the entire world's economy changes in the next 50 years. The second thing that I know about my life is that I probably won't still be functional enough by the time I get there. Will be a tropical holiday area in the future. That fucking sucks, Spewer. Also, that's not what I'm worried about. Also, that's not how climate change works. What actually is happening here is every summer it gets so hot here now that the ravens are dying. And I get to hear the screams of ravens when I go for walks in public parks around here. That's what global warming causes, not fucking palm trees are happy suddenly. Also, we still get cold winters, believe it or not. Posted pic in Discord? What? Posted a pic? Ah, that is indeed a farm sim picture. It looks like you're, in fact, it looks like you're playing spin tires in farm sim. I respect it. So, no, that's not really something that I see as likely, Spearer. The world becoming less habitable doesn't just mean suddenly everything becomes a tropical paradise. It means the world becomes less habitable. I should ban you for that statement, Kravicus. But instead I will simply do this and show you my displeasure of it. You could also develop a sense of humor, but that would be too much for your feeble, simple mind. All right. Meditate on valor. It's very dwarfy of you. Yeah, I've gotten into a couple farm sims in the past, but it's been a while since I actually played one that I enjoyed. I think Farm Simulator 2016 was the last one I put more than like 5 hours into. A few small areas might get more pleasant in general, probably not. In all of my experience, so far, all it's done is make things less pleasant, so... So I don't really... You know... I don't really expect it to be a positive thing. Like, kind of at all. I'm very much a pessimist on the realities of where the world is going. So when people are just like, oh, don't worry, the world, things are going to get better. It's like, no. Also, I'm not going to be alive, but it doesn't really matter. When your body is as broken as mine, it's very easy to just be like, yeah, it's fine. I'll be dead. Which is why I choose to enjoy things right now instead of waiting until I'm retired. Because I won't make it that far. Also, Krabicus, like Stone just said, you're making it very clear that either A, you don't understand the concept of the word sarcasm, or B, you're extremely naive. I think it's B. I think that's more likely gonna be... I think forts will likely get bigger in the future because Dwarf Fortress will simply run better. I don't think it will have anything to do with PCs getting bigger. It's really cool since they implemented seasons and a lot of processing of the resources you produce. Yeah, some of the older ones had, like, not quality of life features. They were just a little bit simpler. I think they've gotten a little bit too intense with some of the simulation aspects of those games. To the point where it's like, I'm a little bit less interested in playing it. They're still fine games. I'm just a little bit less interested in playing it. Dwarf's carrying a dead cow. It's a lot of weight, dude. We're dealing with all the clothing that was left up top. Throwing away a bunch of stuff. King just ended a mandate, which means they want me to make 3 more picks. Check in on Red Octo and see how that dwarf is doing. Still stressed, but very much enjoys job. That's good. Yeah, I don't know. The last farm sim I played, I think, was 2016, and I bought it for, I want to say, about $4 around with 3 friends at the time. We played a bunch of that in a very short period of time. It was like 3 years old when we bought it. It was like 2018 or something that I bought it. Maybe 2019 even. It's kind of how I do those types of games. Although I did get Key for 2021, I think, and then didn't end up playing it at all. Maybe it was 2022. I can't actually remember. It was either the most recent one or the one before. But they made a major mistake of not giving me the Steam version. They gave us the standalone version, which means I lost track of it pretty quick. Yeah, and who in Russia is going to let all the people fleeing Africa live there? Just because a place becomes habitable doesn't mean people are going to let people move there. This is like saying northern Canada is going to become more habitable. Sure. And is all of Canada going to let all of Mexico move there? Probably not. So all I'm going to say to you, Krabicus, is either 1, you're really bad at sarcasm, or you are exceptionally fucking naive. And I think it's the second one. I think you are exceptionally fucking naive. And you know what? Cherish that. But just note that your statements are not going to be taken seriously. Because Krabicus is, well, they said it. Not me. The elves have arrived to trade. I need to actually remember to trade with them this time, though. I'm going to wait for them to make it into the forest. Vampires screaming again. The only way to make the world better and more habitable is by lowering your carbon emissions. This means traveling less, flying less. It means running your computer 24/7 less. It means turning your lights off. It means recycle. It means don't buy cheap plastic products from China. It means don't buy cheap plastic products. It means maybe keep that iPhone for another 2 years instead of upgrading annually. It means doing literally everything you can. And also trying to elect political leaders that, want to invest in clean energy, want to invest in cooling the planet down, and don't want to invest in rapid mass expansion for the sake of it. There's no reason to make stupid theories like that. But there is all of the reason to try and do the best you can to improve a place and make it worth living in. So if you want me to get excited about retirement, let me get excited about retirement by helping make the world a better place, not saying, hey, Siberia will be more inhabitable. Cool. That doesn't benefit anybody. Also, ask anybody in Finland right now, and they'll tell you that, damn, it's real fucking hot, and they're pretty far north. Not exactly how that works. Remember when we didn't have cell phones, and now we need a new $1,000 phone every 2 months? It's really funny because retire consumerism, yes, spawns socialism. It's really funny because, I was about to get rid of smartphones, and then I developed a disability where I need to have connectivity to my doctor at all times. So I'm a niche case, but I was this close to just selling my cell phone and buying a flip phone with no internet connectivity for emergencies. But still, I buy a new phone maybe every 4 years. The only reason I bought a new one last year was because mine literally exploded. Well, not literally, but its battery warped so much that it was about to explode. So it was a safety hazard to have. I had a phone for a while, which I loved. It was a very nice phone. But it got left in the sun during one of the heat domes last year, and the battery just went boop and bubbled out the back. And I was like, I'm getting a new phone, because that is a safety hazard. And then I recycled the old one. We're going to sell them food in diorite pots because they don't want wood. I bring them diorite pots. How else do you keep the kids quiet? I mean, back in the day when my parents wanted me and my sisters to shut up, they would just boot us outside and tell us to go play. I know that was sarcasm. I was going to respond with an even bigger version of sarcasm, but I feel like joking about beating children is maybe not the best thing to do out of context. Once again, Kravicus, you're incapable of being funny. I think you need to slow down and read. Not try to consume everything at all times and focus on saving all of the time and think. Get out of the dank memes and the depths of the dark bits of the internet. Slow down. One of the things that I hate the most about modern culture, especially in the Western world, is the need to be studying everything, learning everything, doing everything, following everything, paying attention to everything, being aware of everything, and hustling fucking constantly. It's the fastest source of quick death you can possibly give yourself. Oops. Oh. We'll give them those two as gifts. Thank you. Trade the one pot of food for their stuff, and then the rest is gifts. Doesn't matter, Krabicus. You know what I'm trying to say. Think. Slow down. Don't just consume. Because you're talking like somebody who hasn't gone outside in a month and does nothing but get their news from 4chan. If you're trying to be funny, it's ineffective. If you're trying to make points, they're laughably moronic. And this is why some people think I'm a big meanie. It's because I just say what I'm thinking. Where are you going? To go pick up that one piece of clothing over on the corner? If you insist. Hey, notification from Google that I've been paid by YouTube. That's cool. That's cool. Although on the complete and total flip side, one thing that I am kind of sad about hiking up a mountain over this weekend is it means I'm going to miss watching the Formula 1 race. Yes, but I'm going to quote something that you said earlier in chat. I literally watch everything at 2 times speed because I have very little time and will wait for retirement. So if that is true, sure. But it contradicts the thing that you just stated. Doesn't matter if you make a clear distinction if you don't give yourself enough time to actually relax. And you clearly don't, because you have anxieties over whether or not you can watch everything, because you're watching everything at 2 times speed, trying to keep up with everything, which is a very unhealthy mindset and way to live your life. And I say this because this is something that I did for years. You know? Like, I'm not saying this because I feel this way. I'm saying this because I literally did that, and I have experience in doing that. Literally, like, dragging yourself into pieces over, like, months of overworking yourself and not actually fully relaxing and trying to do the exact thing that you just stated. If you are completely overworking yourself to death and working too hard and insisting on doing everything, work ceases to be fun. Anyway, if anybody wants to talk about more potentially entertaining subjects, feel free to bring up any other thing to talk about. Your favorite YouTube videos like Krug Smash are always too short and you wish that they lasted longer. Well, I mean, if you want long videos, I got you covered. You want 9-hour videos? I got you. You want a 10-hour video of me playing cat game? You can go watch that. That's usually actually why I wait for Krug Smash to finish series. It's like people ask me, they're like, have you watched any Krug Smash recently? And I'll be like, nope. And they'll be like, why? It's like, well, because once a year I sit down and watch everything he's done for a whole year. Right now, I'm too busy watching Star Trek DS9 to watch Krug Smash. That's like my entire format of education right now. Snake? Yeah, but what about we raise... I raise the stakes from Snake and I give you Snout. Snout is much better than Snake. It's Snake and Breakout at the same time. It's 2 games in 1. Also, chat room, if you guys want to help us out a little bit, or maybe help us out a lot, give this a retweet. Please and thanks. As we put all this stuff away. Anyway, on slightly duller notes. Hey, I still think I'm butchering your name every time I read it, but Chico, hello? How are you? I just want to say something that's kind of sad, but also kind of awesome. Well, mostly sad, actually. It's nice to see everybody jump together and say nice things about them, but unfortunately, the creator of Moria passed away. One of the first major roguelikes I ever played. But it's given me an opportunity to sit back and reminisce on a lot of old roguelikes. Rest in peace, creator of Moria. Literally wanted rogue and didn't have rogue, so wrote his own. I'm saying it perfect? Oh, man. Flatter me like that. But it's sad, but, you know, is what it is. It was 64. As perfect as an English speaker can say it. Well, I mean, that's like saying you said it terribly, but you know, I'll do my best. I appreciate that you've noticed my effort. We've only been sieged once today so far. We had to kill a bunch of humans in the process, but you know, it's for the best. What, the best in saying it the best an English speaker can say it? Yeah. It's just like when people try and make me read like Japanese usernames and stuff, and I'm like, duh. The humans are slacking today? Dude, it's only been a season and a half. Give them a break. I started at the beginning of fall today. Yeah, you guys have way more rolled R's and phlegm in your language than English does. It's a lot more of a... It's not quite as throat heavy as Arabic or German, but... One of my favorite quotes about language was, I took German classes for a couple of years, and I just remember the German teacher lady screaming, "More phlegm! More phlegm!" when someone was trying to pronounce something. In one of your forts, goblin raids are mostly dwarves. You hate to kill dwarves. I've gone to war with my own faction before and been invaded by my own mother mountain home and had, like, fights led by dwarves that were in my previous forts, which is really weird. Just watching them walk into your traps and be like, by a dwarf that I helped manage for 5 to 10 years elsewhere in this world previously. So, I mean, if they're from goblin forts, they might as well be goblins. Culturally, they're just goblins. More open vowels, too. Only other language with the same as Russian, plus your whole rhythm structure flows a different logic, stress timed versus syllable time. Yes. No, it's like listening to how people speaking Brazilian Portuguese speak. It's like, I don't know how your mouth make that sound. It's like listening to like somebody speak Korean. It's like, I don't even know. I'm not even gonna begin to pretend I know how you make your mouth say that sound, because I just have no idea. That's the beauty of language, though, right? Dwarf is very satisfied with their day-to-day, but also angry. Satisfied with day-to-day, but also angry. You know, that's kind of a mood, now that I think about it. 2 more picks. The king demands. We'll make those 2 picks, and then we will give the dwarves another break. Although there's one other thing I would like to do. I'm going to extend this hallway's distance a little bit. Not heavily, not super heavily, but heavily enough. I'm going to make these little chunky walls along this route bit right here. I'm going to make them all out of mudstone. I need to find mudstone. But I am going to make them all out of mudstone. Oh, never mind. I don't actually have enough mudstone. Well. I'm going to... Yeah, we'll just use boulders. It's fine. This will force them through this little back walkway a little bit, and they're going to be slowed down. Humans make all sorts of sounds, but it's limited to what we need to know. Yes. One of my favorite, like, accent-based kind of quirks of somebody that I knew was growing up, I had a friend named Jacob for a couple of years, and his whole family was extremely Polish. And it was very amusing to both him and me that it was completely impossible for him and anybody in his family to say the word the, though, they, them, thy, this, that, th. It was impossible for them to say. So they would say da, da, instead of th. So they, regardless of what word they were saying, if there was a th in it, the th was pronounced like a da. Because with a heavy Polish accent, it's impossible to say the, which I think is interesting. Also, Krabicus, to clarify, I think you're a very intelligent person from the little bit that I know. Yeah, it would be day, damn. Yeah, for him, if he would say they, it would sound like day. And if he were to say them, it would sound like dem. More like dem, no ae. It's more just dem. It was pretty funny. I've fond memories of teasing him over that. And him then saying, "You say this in Polish," and I'd be like, I give up, you win. I quit. So. But anyway, yeah, no, I think you're a very smart person, Krabicus. I just think that you're extraordinarily naive and lacking a lot of tact from the times that I've spoke with you on the stream. Like, you seem like a very smart person. So sometimes I will say things like, you seem like an idiot with what you're saying. I don't think I'm a unintelligent person. I like to think that I'm a pretty smart person. But I know that I can also be extremely naive and miss details and nuances in what I'm saying. And I think that it's something that every person practically in the world can probably improve at, is our ability to be less naive in things that we are saying. I'm also extending this hallway slightly. So I think that you have many things to learn, and I just, hope that that's something that's not too difficult for you to do in the future. Let's do that. Let's go up there. And rotate back around. Well, I can assure you I'm an expert on being me, but aside from that, yeah. I can put a wall here, then a wall here, wall here. Also, hey, Aqua. due to its melting pot nature. What, we're just like everybody moved in and then everybody had to figure out how to communicate? Bastardized language of everybody who happens to exist there at the time. Without a foreign accent and Brazilian. So Russians can speak Brazilian Portuguese without a foreign accent, and Brazilians are capable of speaking Russian with a native-ish accent with ease. Huh. Interesting. Just please don't go invading your neighbors, thanks. We don't need more of that. Extending this hallway to make the disposing of enemies in it much more efficient. You chill now. You did that once. Now you guys just make some of the most popular TikToks in the world, so like, who needs to invade anybody when you can just take over TikTok? Speaking of, anybody want to bet whether or not TikTok's going to get removed from the App Store? Because that is such a big hot topic right now in like tech. It's kind of crazy. Huh. So I'm curious, chat room. Did you guys know that RimWorld has a console version? Well, anyway, it's getting a console version, and there is now an overview of the UI for it. This is Double 11, the people that are porting it. I guess that's functional. I mean, you could play it this way if you really wanted, I suppose. I do like that the speed marker down there is like Xbox green. That part's kind of funny. I don't hate it. Maybe it looks more functional than I expected. I think I'm going to cut through that, and we're going to fill it up with fortifications. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, although most of you already are. All the dwarves cut through that. Because in the last siege, a bunch of humans kind of made it to the end of this, and I don't really want them to make it to the end of this, so expanding this in any way is going to assist with that. Anything to like force them to walk between or walk around is a benefit to our cause, shall we say. The caveman stereotype? I mean, the caveman stereotype is very similar to, like, any form of indigenous people stereotypes. I think that the real problem is just a lack of education, though, when it comes to cavemen. I don't mind the cartoonish caveman, personally. It doesn't bother me. What I do mind, though, is indigenous people stereotypes. That bothers me more. Cavemen, not so much. Because, like, I think, like, we should be allowed to have simple stereotypes to explain to young children. But... and also to drive interest in a thing. As an example, I'm a big fan of, like, you know, cartoons and stuff that feature cavemen. I think parody is a good form of education in a lot of cases. I'll say this. One of my favorite things about cavemen, or cavemen, cavemen? One of my favorite bits about cavemen is that their DNA was very frequently, or I guess Homo sapiens, I guess, is their DNA was frequently mixed with Neanderthal, which are different than Homo sapiens. And I love the fact that via various DNA services in the modern world, we are learning that, oh, a lot of people still have tiny amounts of Neanderthal DNA in their system, meaning that in many ways we bred Neanderthals out of existence. It's just kind of funny. I don't know. I'm way too amused by that. It's like, imagine being 0.01% Neanderthal and also it's like, all right, which one of my, like, ancient history ancestors was way too kinky? It's like almost being, like, 1% chimpanzee. I don't know why, but that just amuses me. Very much so. Chimps have technically been in their Stone Age for 1,000 years or so. Wasn't there, like, something saying that chimps have, like, I remember reading an article recently stating it's like chimps have entered this, like, the age after the Stone Age, which isn't quite the Bronze Age. I remember reading about that recently. And that we are capable of teaching chimps the equivalent of, like, Bronze Age technology. Chimps are fascinating. Planet of the Apes is also a pretty great movie. Those genes can cause some problems if the wrong people decide to procreate. Yeah, I think there's some truth to that. I don't know anything specifically myself, but certainly not my area of study, but I was just reading about it this past week and I found it fascinating. I mean, the only real genes that I'm concerned about causing problems are the ones that I have that have set of holes in the knees. I mean, you know, the people would have to have a really high percentage, and it's extraordinarily unlikely. It was more of a thing that caused problems, not a thing that causes problems, if that makes sense. I was doing some stone napping and polishing, but it's rare. Yeah, no, there's plenty of evidence of them making tools, which is the equivalent of hitting the Stone Age, but actual arts and crafts, not so much. Unless we teach them. Crows are indeed good at tools. I like crows. I'm just waiting for whales to enter the Stone Age. Come on. That or for the whales' spaceships to come back and get them. One of the two. Doesn't need to be any in any particular order, if I'm being honest. I'm just waiting for whales to show up. Crows are mean. I got attacked by a crow pretty recently. There's this crow that hangs out close to my parents' house. that'll attack any male with glasses, from what I can tell. It just sits there and caws at you and caws at you and caws at you and then dive bombs you. Otherwise, you take your glasses off and it just kind of stops and it looks at you and it goes, and it flies away. It's funny. Did you know humans learned how to eat Brazil nuts? I don't know what a Brazil nut is, so that makes that into a very funny sentence. But I would believe that people would learn things from monkeys. And hold grudges? Yeah, which is why I respect them, because I also have a great memory and hold grudges. Now, I love crows. And the reason I love crows is because when I worked night shift, the last thing I did at the restaurant shift was at 5 a.m., when we unlocked the doors, I would go outside and I would clean up the parking lot. It was always the last thing I would do in my shift. And the last location I worked at, there was a whole family of crows that would wait for me outside. Because what I would do is I would, whenever there was food left over in a piece of garbage outside, I would dump it out. And they'd all pick it up and they'd fly away with them. But poisonous if not properly prepped. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, no, these crows used to, they would literally like hop right up to me and like they'd hop onto my hand and like take trash out of it. And they'd jump onto the end of my shovel or next to my dustbin and pull fries out of the dustbin. I had like this little army of crows and I got yelled at by management. And they're just like, why are you encouraging these crows? I'm like, I'm not discouraging them, but I'm also not encouraging them. And they're like, you have to chase the crows away. And I'm like, I'm not going to get paid to fight with animals for you. And then it never came up again. Those crows were lovely. I miss them dearly. Darren, what up? It's good to see you. There was a baby crow that fell out of a nest in my mom's yard, and the cat was stalking it. And my mom picked it up, and Mama and Dad Crow and a bunch of other family members of the crow were all just screaming at them going, like, I don't know, fucking put my child down or whatever. And these crows were just yelling at them and cawing and cawing and cawing and cawing and cawing. We need to make 3 more picks. Iron pick. That's 32. Iron pick. 3. And anyway, they just kept sitting there and cawing and cawing and cawing. And then my mom took it outside of the fence where the cat couldn't really get to and plopped it down outside in an area where it would be safe from cars. And then the crows all shut up, like immediately. And Mom says that the crows have all been super chill ever since. And that one crow, like, she thinks is that crow that was a baby, hops right up to her all the time. Seagulls once mugged you at a park in Dublin. It literally took your lunch. Number 1, yes, gulls do that to everybody. But I have a question, Chico. Do you have big hair? Because if my hair is a mess, they yell at me. Birds get real mad at me if my hair is messy. Because birds, especially crows and smarter birds, if you have frizzy, puffy, or poofy hair, to a bird that means that you're... And like, I learned this from my old neighbor who owned a parrot. If you have frizzy hair, it stresses them out. Because for a bird, floofing up their feathers means they're big and angry, right? If a bird, like, fluffs up its feathers at you, it's like the equivalent of, like, I'm a fight! I want to fight! You want to fight? So birds that are used to seeing humans, if they see a human with big hair, it's like they think that the human wants to fight. So for me, if I'm having problems with birds, like if I'm getting dive bombed by a bird, I'll tie my hair back. And then they usually leave and tuck it into my shirt. And almost always they leave me alone, like immediately. And it happens to me every now and again. Like, and I've been attacked by crows a couple of times. And literally what I've done when I've been attacked, it's like, oh, I tie my hair back, stick it in my shirt, and then they stop attacking me. So it's just like, they think that you're being all fucking aggro and shit. So if you like say have an afro or whatever, and you're walking down the sidewalk and birds are dive bombing you, they just think that you're starting shit. They're just like, especially if it's smarter birds like crows or even gulls to a degree. Gulls aren't that stupid. They're smarter than people give them credit for generally. And it's just like, They think that you want to fight. So, yeah, especially this happens a lot with like very city, heavy, like birds that live in a city. So it happens the most with like crows and gulls and stuff because they're used to seeing people everywhere. They're kind of like cats where they see humans a lot and they think they human to a degree. They don't quite realize that they're not human. So they think that humans should operate under, you know, bird law. I love the concept of bird law. No. I have not. So I looked up Taros, and you know what I got? The fucking Brawlhalla fandom wiki. Well, close, but not what I was looking for, internet. First one I did get, though. Although it's taking me to Portuguese Wikipedia. Seems like I have to translate it before I can find out what it is. Huh. For southern lopping? These things? Those are pretty demonic looking eyeballs. I like it. That would also be why I haven't seen them, based on their, you know, general area that they live. You know, I've never seen one of these. Do they put their wings in their laps? Or do they do laps on their wings? Very important information. My favorite super local bird that we have everywhere around here. These are my favorite birds. Apparently they're also called Canada jays. I know them as whiskey jacks. These things, Canada jays. These are my favorite birds. They're the most fucking ballsy birds you'll ever see. They're also known as camp robbers. Canada jays. They will literally take any food from anyone at any time with no thought or concern for their own safety. The one that you linked, they'll do flyby attacks for no reason at all. These whiskey jacks won't attack you, but they will, like, if you have, like, if you're eating a sandwich. So if you're hiking, right? If you're hiking and you're up in the forest, because they live at higher altitudes, they don't really come down this far. But when I go up the mountain, I see them everywhere. If you just have a sandwich, it will land on your shoulder and peck at your sandwich. It won't try and take it. It'll try and share it with you. If you have trail mix or like nuts or like fruits or dried fruits or something, and you hold it up, it'll just land on your hand and start eating. They are the chillest wild animal I've ever encountered in my life. And they're one of those animals where, like, it's not like a negative to them to do that. Like, as long as you're not giving them bread, which is bad for them. That's just how they operate. They just, like, fly up to you and they take food from you. Like, one of the things that they'll do is they'll land on the backs of bears and pick bugs off of the back of the bear and occasionally take berries. And they'll just, like, sit on a bear and just, like, ride around on a bear. They're the coolest little fucking critters. But here's a link to the Canada Jay, a.k.a. Whiskey Jack. I think I knew them as Whiskey Jacks or Grey Jays. I had no idea they were called Canada Jays. But, yeah. No, they are the ballsiest birds I've ever encountered. That would be because your stream is lagging. Press play, pause, or refresh the stream. Your face is pre-recorded, Spider Venom. Yeah, if Twitch's audio is desynced, it's because your audio lagged when you loaded the stream up. Because when you're watching a Twitch stream, you're not actually watching one stream, you're watching two. You're watching one for the audio and one for the video. And sometimes they get distinct. You can plan forever. Yeah, you can, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't matter, though. Although, one of my favorite things to tell people who speak Portuguese is we have these little creatures called picas, which is not a good word in Portuguese to my knowledge. Anyway, they're what Pokemon Pikachu are literally based on. They're these little fuckers. They're these tiny little fat roly-poly hamster-looking dweebs. They are loud as shit. Like, they scream their name. Like, when they're called Pikas for a reason. They literally scream Pika. And that's what it sounds like they're saying Pika. They sound like a Pokemon. They are the funniest little rodent. I've seen them a couple of times. Look, see, people know. I've heard them a number of times, and I've seen them a couple of times, and sometimes they literally look like little puppies. They are the strangest little critters. They're so loud. They're so loud. You'll hear them from like half a kilometer where it's Pika! It's like, what the fuck was that? It always sounds like a weird child screaming very far away. Well, not very tactful. I don't know about smart, but not very tactful. So my question to you, Spider Venom, are you intentionally trying to be offensive, or is that a genuine question? Because I'm visually impaired. I'm not completely blind. I have severe visual impairments, which means, yes, I can see. I just don't see very much. So, well, I mean, that's because Pika means penis, so obviously it's funny. So, you know, naturally. I use a 32-inch monitor, Spider Venom, running at 1080p, and I have a digital magnifier. Everything is zoomed in 200%, and I have multiple floating blind spots. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left I see out of a tunnel. My eye doctor wants me to use a white cane, and I'm on disability because of my eyes. I am legally blind. So, for future, if someone has visual impairments, do not ever ask, how are you doing this while being blind? Ask about their eyes. Because that's like the most insulting thing you can say to somebody with visual impairments. You know what? You're not welcome here. See you in 600 seconds, and if you rewire your brain by that point, then maybe you can be welcome here. It's fondness when speaking with a friend. Talked with my friend. I'm feeling fond. Content being near a waterfall. No, fuck him. That's not too harsh. You can go listen to a Pika for an hour and see how he likes it. Let's see if I can find a good recording of a Pika. Going back to this much more fun conversation. Pikas. Noise. They're so fucking cute, too. They're, like, very small. Make the noise. See? They're talking. From, like, across a mountain valley, most likely. Sometimes they are kind of dumb, and they will yell at their own echoes. But yeah, that's a Pika. I look forward to hearing them over the weekend again. Them yelling at their own echoes. He's not dumb, he's just lonely. From Hunter Call of the Wild? Probably. I mean, I think they have Pika sounds in Hunter Call of the Wild sometimes. Hey, Yixie, what's up? It's all good, Stone. Slight situation as a good friend of mine used to have. He recently got surgery for improved eyesight, which improved his eyesight. Do you know what he had? Because the fun thing about my eye situation is there is no surgery that can improve my eyesight. I could get like LASIK or something, which would make me not need to wear glasses, but it wouldn't improve my visual field problems. Your favorite rodent screams is... Oh, marmots? That's what the thumbnail looks like. Yeah, it's a marmot. I'm scared to unmute this one. I don't know why. This one looks like it might be copyrighted. But here, I'll unmute it. Very funny. Can't you become a cyborg with an optic chip connected to your optical nerve? I'm going to be extremely blunt with this statement, Cramp, and don't take offense to this. Are you also one of those people who believe that we have the technology to terraform Mars? Because that tech doesn't exist. Not in a functional, usable, tested environment, anyway. So if you genuinely believe that we have that technology, it's beautiful that you are that stupid. Because no, we do not have cyborg chips. No, we do not. It's like saying we have artificial pancreases. Yes, we do. In very, very, very specific, small instances. But the can't you just become a cyborg is... And, oh my god. Are you really doubling down on this? I know nobody is more educated on on retinal implants than me. All right? Shut the fuck up. The technology doesn't exist. This will just literally drive me into a hole of anger and someone's going to get banned. Don't make me do that. It doesn't exist. It's like saying that we have the technology to completely replace a pancreas, which some people insist about. It's like, no, there are very, very experimental surgeries with multiple different things that can act as a implanted pancreas, but no, we don't have the tech to do that. It's so fucking stupid. We do not have the ability to just become a fucking cyborg. Fuck off. Christ. Ah. If I could just become a cyborg. Okay. If I could just become a cyborg, it would have been done already. Fuck off. I've seen that exact fucking article before. Fuck off. Stop. Christ. Not calling anybody, Chico. It's just fucking frustrating when people do that exact fucking thing. Fuck off. It's an interesting time to join the stream. Don't go tell me to just go become a cyborg to fix my eyes. Also, once again, this article's 11 years old. Fuck off. That's all I have to say to you. Why don't you go fucking fix your eyesight? Christ. People. It's the most aggravating thing you can do to somebody whose vision is literally getting worse every year. I've seen this shit 30 times at least. More times than that, that's for sure. Stone. If you genuinely think that that's funny, Cramp, just understand that it's not. Okay? Also, I did warn you. I told you to stop. Don't go down this avenue. Don't have this discussion. And then you proceeded to continue and then link an article. So don't you call me stubborn. Why don't you just become a cyborg? Why don't you just fucking fuck off? Find a more specific subject to a person's life and then mock it and think that you're funny. Fucking dare you. I have no empathy. Well, maybe not none, but I have very little empathy towards other people. But I know that that's not something that you should do to somebody. Anyway. Apologies for the weird time to join the stream, Brusock. TLDR, don't just tell me to become a cyborg when I'm talking about visual disabilities and think that it's funny. It's not funny or appreciated. It's the TLDR. Is there anything that changes, or should I watch out when joining a civ with 2 dwarves? Like 2 dwarves total in the entire civ? What? That's a very dead civ. Where have you found the data saying that the civ has 2 dwarves total? Or do you mean like 2 mountain homes? What do you mean when you say 2 dwarves, I guess is the question. What will happen? So if you start a fortress, you'll start with 7. The game is hardwired to give you 2 migrant waves. So you'll get 2 migrant waves and then probably nothing after that. You'll probably get the king almost immediately, and you'll probably get a queen almost immediately if they have a king and queen. You'll probably get a bunch of nobles pretty quickly. I wouldn't recommend joining that civ, is what I would say. You're going to have a lot of annoyances to have to deal with super early on, and you're not going to ever have a huge population. But starting forts like that can be kind of neat. Usually what I like to do if I'm trying to resurrect a faction like that, I will make a fort and then immediately retire it, and then make another fort, and then immediately retire it, and then make another fort, and then immediately retire it. That is usually what I would do, and then maybe play a different fortress or a different faction for a couple of years, and then go back to that faction once they've had time to populate a little bit. That can be a really fun experiment. But if you just start one fort with that faction, probably what will happen is you'll just get your first 2 migrant waves, end up with a bunch of royalty, and then it'll become very tedious to manage pretty quickly. So usually what I recommend if you want to try and resurrect a faction like that is start 4 or 5 small forts, join a different faction for a couple of years, and then come back. That's usually the best way to resurrect a civ or liven up a civ, shall I say. Yeah. I feel you, Stone. I can't fully, like, because autism is like a brain wiring thing, I can't fully imagine what it would be like to be put in that situation. I have why don't you just become a cyborg thing that gets thrown at me all the goddamn time, but aside from that, it's like, At the very least, most of the cures from here, like, eat carrots. Those are good for your eyes. Yeah, they are, and I eat a lot of carrots. Carrots are tasty. Carrot sticks are a good snack. But yeah, I can't stand it when people tell me to do that. I mean, there's a big difference between wrong and different. My brain is sick too, but in different ways. So humans have arrived to trade, so we need to get rid of extra crafting items that I don't need. And clothing items that I don't need, so we're going to sell all of the large clothing that we just have hanging around. And all of the damaged clothing that we... actually... I think we'll move the large stuff first, and once they stop bringing stuff into trade... There they come. Yeah, I got it. I think it would be interesting to try and resurrect a Civ from a story standpoint. So my other playthrough, the Plank of Nations, which is on my YouTube channel, and which I'm also planning on streaming a little bit later today, because I'm planning on doing 2 forts today, this one and the other one. The Plank of Nations, I'm literally doing that with my current Civ. Except I'm building a fortress, playing it for a bit, building a fortress, playing it for a bit, building a fortress, and playing it for a bit. But that faction has like 400 dwarves-ish. They had like 2 forts, one with like 100 and then one with 300. So they actually have some population, but that's what I'm doing with that Civ, is like rebuilding that faction. This is why cure autism is a red flag. Anyone who, you know, to quote my dad, although he used less politically correct words, apology accepted, Spider Venom. Now just do everybody a favor, right? Don't use things like disability or autism as an insult, because it just makes you look like an idiot, and I don't really feel like tolerating those kinds of people. So be tactful about what you say. You didn't really offend me. You more just made me go, I don't feel like dealing with this. Anyway, scrolling back up. We don't need cures. We need admiration and respect. As my dad said, although, like I said, he didn't use very politically correct verbiage, and he's getting better at this, but humans are spelling naughty words, chat. Anyway, that's fair, but like, just because you are disabled doesn't give you the right to insult other people with your disability, right? Just don't do that. But welcome back to the channel. Thanks for waiting for the 6 minutes or 11 minutes or whatever it was. Where was I? To quote what my dad said, people with, except he used the R word, people with autism 200 years ago were gifted geniuses. Now they're disabled because our society has replaced all of the needs for them, which is really fucking sad. Like, some of the greatest architects in history were autistic, which is just crazy when you think about it. Trust me, I've seen statements like that intended as an insult before, Spider Venom. So it's one of those just like, just trip, we'll move on, but we good. No worries. There was another Civ with 400 dwarves that might make more sense story-wise. I would, like, rebuilding Civs is a lot of fun, but it's very time-intensive, because you have to wait for the kind of clockwork nature of the Dwarf Fortress worlds to kick up in the background, which sometimes takes a little while. That's all good. Spider Venom. Time intensive, but the reward is that you save their culture. One of my favorite things about Dwarf Fortress, like this faction, right? The most popular dance that I see the dwarfs doing the most often is a human dance, taught to us by a few visitors early on in this world's history from the faction that we're now at war with. So the most popular songs and dances in this fortress are dances that we learned from a human civilization 250 years ago, that all of the dwarves just know now because their parents knew them, which is really cool. One of my favorite facts about this fort now. And you'll be able to save things like that in your world if you can rebuild a civ. You'll be able to save the little generated songs and dances and maybe save their books and spread that out through the world. I mean, I learned the teabag dance from everybody who killed me in Halo, so, you know, we all learned our culture from different places, you know. They went to war because they stole their dance. I think that they went to war because they were tired of giving us tribute, which they'd been giving us for hundreds of years. I think also something people need to remember about me is if you piss me off, like what happened a couple minutes ago, it's not a personal thing. Also, especially because I'm talking to text in chat, you need to know that it's not personal, right? People come back and they're all apologies, and it's like, we're good. Don't be stupid. Remember that we're all people. And I'm a particularly fragile people. Tell my brain that. Tell my psychologist that. Well, they're paying for it in lava now, which is pretty efficient. Big fan. I think like the only mechanic that RimWorld has that's kind of interesting is if you go for world domination. Like if you try and just kill every other person in the world, you'll eventually start killing all of your pawn's family members, which is kind of interesting and can cause some serious mood problems in late game in RimWorld, but it's so hard to actually achieve that, and it's so random that it doesn't feel like it actually has any meaning. It's more of an annoyance. Whereas in Dwarf Fortress, it's much more than just, oh, I killed a family member. It's every time you kill another dwarf, it's like you could go look up that entire dwarf's history in World Legends and read who their parents were and how they were raised and all the places they lived and who their doctors were and all that. How many hours am I into this fort? I have no idea, but you can look at this playlist. Problem with your one eye is just a damaged cornea, and I am answers. I am answers. That's a funny statement. Said it was the lack of recommendation of surgeons makes surgery unlikely to succeed. If something like that can be so difficult right now, with then going cyborg would be 3 or 4 orders of magnitude higher than that. I mean, there are certain implants that send signals to your brain that can help with people that are completely blind. And yes, those do exist. What frustrates me is when people state, oh, why don't you just become a cyborg like it's a valid option? And then they link one of 3 articles, and that's one of the 3 that they link. And they're all specific experimental, non-public access surgeries that are unlikely to succeed and only are effective and helpful for people with very specific visual disorders. And that makes me extremely angry when people are just like, oh, just become a cyborg. Here's my evidence of why you can just become a cyborg. Which to me means that 1, you didn't read the article. 2, you know nothing about my eyes, which is true. And 3, you're just being a smug idiot. And it makes me so fucking mad. It makes me unreasonably mad. I wish I could just be a cyborg. I'll be completely honest with you. I wish I could just go get my eyes ripped out and get ones that work, but it doesn't work like that. And it just boggles my mind that some people think that that is, one, a joke, and two, funny. So, to me, it's just kind of sad. What's even more funny is I might actually need eye surgery in the next 5 to 10 years, which won't improve my vision. It'll just simply stop my eyes from hurting. Because on top of nerve damage, I have... inside of my eye that doesn't work, I have cataracts, which there's no reason to remove them because the eye doesn't work, right? But they cause inflammation and swelling and pressure in your eyes. So they're getting big enough that they've started hurting over the last 10 years. I'm going to have to get those removed. And the funny thing about that eye is the way they remove cataracts is with lasers. That eye has a delicate shell, so the outside of the eye is delicate. Essentially meaning if I get hit in the head or get into a car accident or something, jolt trauma, it could cause the outer lens of that eyelid to slide, which could cause extreme pain, TLDR, and also make your vision go away if you were to have vision. So I might need to get a lens replacement surgery for an eye that doesn't work. Which is phenomenal. And I might have to get surgery that will do nothing except for stop my eye from hurting. Or I could get the eye removed, theoretically, and get a glass eye. But then I would lose the little bit of light vision that I do have in that eye. Because I can sense motion. So if something's coming at me really fast, I can't see what it is, but I can sense it. And I can sense light in that eye. Because there was a period of time where I wore a scleral shell growing up, which is basically just like an opaque contact lens that looks like an eye because the eye looks fucked up. It's too small and it sags a little bit. And the scleral shell made it look like a normal eye as like an aesthetic appearance thing. My parents spent quite a bit of money on it, and bless their souls for trying, but I wore that thing for about a week before I insisted on never wearing it again because I kept bumping into shit because I couldn't sense motion, which, by the way, I use when I'm walking. So it's like, I don't know. I will get those surgeries to stop my eye from hurting and getting infected. But my God. Cheers, Spider Venom. Sorry for getting off on the wrong foot. You have a good one. Not necessarily in that order, but yeah, probably the other way around. Remove cataract and then lens replacement 6 months later, most likely. To see if the surgery disrupts the lens. King demands another pick. But I don't know. Might be asking a dumb question or just might not have the explanation, but why doesn't your semi-working eye sense movement but not peripheral vision? I don't know if I have the verbiage to explain that. Because the eye doesn't work, but it can still perceive light. So if something is blocking light and moving towards me rapidly, like let's just say a car, or reflecting light and thus increasing light, I can sense the brightness increase and decrease of movement and motion. So I can't tell that this is my hand right here. Well, I know it's my hand because it's my hand, but I can't tell that this is my hand right here. But I can sense that my hand is moving towards my face right now. Does that make sense? So if I'm standing next to a busy street, if I'm looking straight forward, I won't be able to see the cars. I won't know that they're cars. Aside from that, I'll know that they're cars because I can hear them. But I can sense approximate locations of cars because of the reflection of light. That's the only way to describe it. I can't fully comprehend how I can see things out of that eye, because I can't. I can see the light from this monitor. I can't tell really what color it is. I just know that there's light coming from this monitor, even though I can't actually see it. Why can't your working eye sense movement? Okay, now that is a dumb question. My working eye can sense movement, just like yours can. If something is flying towards you at high speed, you dodge because you sense the speed that it's moving, right? You flinch, you get out of the way. That is sensing movement. All eyes that work can sense movement. I just don't have the ability to perceive what I'm sensing. That is a really dumb question. Although you said yourself it might be a dumb question. So, in theory, you could wait for those mandates until they turn orange, and it reduces the amount of mandates you can give. Too much bother for me most of the time. Yeah, too much bother here too. You could technically wait until they turn red, but yeah, it's just, I'd rather just get them done. They're small, as long as they're small amounts, and they're not super frequent. It's like a couple times a season. It's fine. Okay, so let's work on smoothing little bits of this. Oop, my escape key just fell off. Escape key on this keyboard doesn't like being on the keyboard. It's going all rage against the computer in this world. Going all fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. I'm polishing gems. So all of the gems in this thing are becoming artworks. Yeah, no, I mean, you sense movement all the time. Every single time something is flying towards you at rapid speed and you jump out of the way, that's you sensing movement. Which is a very useful sense to have in an eye that doesn't work outside of that, is being able to sense light. Which is kind of funny, because there are like some bats where the only sense they have, even though they have eyes, the only sense they can have is they can sense light. Like a lot of blind bats. My one side vision is count figures at arm's length, reach bad. Like can't or can? Yeah, I can't see, I can't just tell the difference between a plushy rat and a hand. My bad eye. Also, just for reference. That's what my bad eye looks like. Another thing that I could do, which I can actually do on command, I had to train myself not to do this, so I've had to train my eyes to not do this. I also have this, which is like an eye stutter. I can never remember the actual name of it. But it basically makes the world shake back and forth, which is another form of blindness. And also I can like move this eye independently, which is weird, which I shouldn't be able to do. But it's weird. Superpowers. Rats living in the dark. Everywhere you turn, there's rats. Depth perception might be limited. What's depth perception? Maybe I'm good at parachute jumping. You see, some people, they don't sense their own mortality, so thus they do exceptionally stupid things. You can go parachute jumping all you want. I will pass. The only thing that could make me go jump out of an airplane with a parachute on is a very pretty lady. That's the only thing that could make me do that. But I've never had a girl ask me to jump out of a plane with her, so Not going to do that. I can only move it towards the center of my head, and only in that one direction. And it's only that one eye that I can move independently. It's only the one direction that I can move it. I can make it roll left into my head. That's all I can do with it. I know some people who can make, like, lazy eyes and stuff roll outwards. Basically, I can make that one eye go cross-eyed. So it's like when normal people go cross-eyed, I can't do that with my left eye. I can only do it with my right eye. All right, let's see what kind of images we've engraved. So this was one of the first ones we did. It's a finely designed image of Dwarf. Oh, never mind. This is an old one. Thought that was one that we just did. There we go. Let's see what we just got. Finely designed image of sparkly 4K. Oh, man. Legendary Dwarf. Received a text from my aunt. Well, I don't know I don't need the actual definition of depth perception. I know the definition of depth perception. I just don't perceive depth perception. My world is like looking at a postcard. It doesn't have depth. And I thank you, Kravik, for the mansplaining session. Anyway, it's a finely designed image of Sparkly 4K, the Dwarf and Dwarves by Navy. Sparkly 4K is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of Sparkly 4K to the position of broker of the Eternal Adventure of Time in 190, before he became mayor. Oh, wow. It's kind of cool. Over here, we have an image of Remy plants by Bloodcat. What else do we have? Nothing else has been drawn yet? Okay. Once again, I am very well aware of the actual textbook definition of depth perception. I just can't comprehend it in the first person. You can stop explaining it now, Krabicus. Thank you. Engraved on the wall is a superiorly designed image of Mural, post-balance the dwarf, and a granite earring. Mural is raising the granite earring, and the artwork relates to the masterful granite earring created by the dwarf Mural post-balance for the Eternal Adventure of Time at Longdeath in the autumn of 359. Here's a finely designed image of a decahedron by Little M. Katsu. Something I will say, though, is when I go hiking, I bring ski poles, because it makes it much easier for me to, walk. Oh, it's an image of an artifact. No, it's O-ship cases. Never mind. Not what I thought it was. But yeah, I have a much easier time walking with, hiking poles. And my friend Kevin, who goes with me, used to always make fun of me for taking them. You just really wanted to finish the explanation? That's fine. Appreciate the explanation. It was a rhetorical question. I'll put it that way. Or a rhetorical wonder. I don't know. I didn't actually want an answer to it. But anyway, he used to always make fun of me for taking hiking poles. He's like, you don't need those. Now he uses them. He's just like, whoa, that seems to make walking way easier. It's like, yeah, it does. Also for somebody who doesn't see very well. Anyway, Squug, there's an image of you here because you popped into the chat earlier. Hi, Squug. Here's an exceptionally designed image of Squug, the bronze lamination of brilliance, the dwarf and dwarves by Navy. Squug point pillars, the bronze lamination of brilliance, is making a plaintive gesture. The artwork relates to the removal of Squug from the bronze lamination of brilliance from the position of sheriff by the Eternal Adventure of Time in Midsummer of 33, before he became mayor and became self-described wizard. Also, rip tickets. Here's an exceptionally designed image of Brother Tire the Wolverine and Corvius Suede by the dwarf Tygo. Corvius Suede is striking down Brother Tire. The arc relates to the killing of the Wolverine Brother Tire by the dwarf Corvius Suede in Longdeath in the late winter of 284. And of course, a finely designed image of English, the embraced roses, the deity of lust, depicted as a male dwarf by the dwarf Hops. Just like it's impossible to understand what it's like to be an ant. Imagine getting around based on only your sense of smell. Imagine. I know I can't. My sense of smell is pretty good, but like... I will say one thing. There's one thing that's absolutely lovely There's one thing that's absolutely lovely about having really shitty eyesight. And that is I have exceptionally good hearing. Which is a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because I can hear a lot of things at a distance that a lot of people can't. It's a blessing because I can hear what people are saying at a distance. It's a blessing because it's very easy to eavesdrop on entertaining conversations in a restaurant, as an example. It's a curse because I can hear my neighbor upstairs masturbating. And know where in the apartment their cat is. And it's not because this apartment has thin walls. It's because I have extremely good hearing. Twitch version. There is another image of that god in a statue, except it also includes an image of dwarves, and the dwarves are presenting themselves to the god of lust, which I think is really funny. Dwarf Fortress, it's a video game. Yeah, I can hear that woman who laughs in a weird way, and I can also hear moaning. So, laughing is less annoying. Still annoying, though. I swear that my neighbor right above me has Tourette's, because she'll just, like, randomly spastically laugh for no fucking reason all the time. Like, to the point where my neighbors across the building complain about her. They're like, man, that lady's annoying. I'm like, you're fucking telling me. She's right above me. God damn it. All I can say is I'm not envious of the superhero Daredevil at all. I kind of have, like, a very minor version of that. Because your brain needs to slow down and take a nap, probably, Gravakin. Like, trust me, I understand how depth perception's supposed to work. But I can't perceive it in the first person, you know? It's sort of like how you can understand how something should work in a third-person sense when somebody explains it to you and you read about it, but you can't fully... Like, I understand the basics of nuclear fusion. But I can't really perceive it because I'm never going to see it. I can understand it without perceiving it. I can't perceive depth perception, but I understand it. Yeah, this is why I listen to podcasts all the time. All the time. This is why I listen to 14 podcasts and most of them are about 2 hours long. I listen to them all every week. Because I need to not hear things. Although on the flip side, I have night terrors if I don't smoke weed and literally scream in my sleep. So maybe I'm actually the annoying neighbor. All right, visiting my Oma in a little over a week. on the 29th. Your neighbor downstairs doesn't quite like you because you catch yourself spontaneously dancing from time to time. Hey, you know, if the tune is good, if it's a jam, sometimes you gotta spontaneously dance. There's a fucking so I know I feel like I'm constantly talking about Netflix documentaries, but there's one of my favorite things David Attenborough has ever done is called Life in Color. I think is what it's called. Life in Color? Hold on, let me double check. David Attenborough, Life in Color. Why is it called an animated series? What? Anyway, Life in Color. It's a series that's on Netflix. It's a limited series. It's 3 episodes. But it's fat. It's, for some reason, it says I've only watched the first one, but I swear I've watched all 3 of these. It's essentially, it's on Netflix. I don't know if it's exclusive or anything, but it's essentially using infrared cameras to show the perspective of birds and bugs. So they show UV light and they show infrared light. And they show plants from the perspective of those animals. It's extremely well shot, extremely well put together, and absolutely beautiful. You want to see what the world sort of looks like from the perspective of a bee? You can see that in that series, and it is fascinating. Your mother was summoning a ghost in the 80s? So what you're trying to tell me is your mom was a badass in the 80s. That's kind of rad. I don't know if you think of it as that way, but... But hey, you know, there's few things that could be better than demonic possession. Imagine having 2 perfectly functional minds in one. That sounds great, frankly. I mean, I haven't joined the Satanic Temple for nothing. That's your problem as a neighbor, is that you like to listen to music while showering in the middle of the night. I don't listen to music while I shower. If I'm showering, I'm just showering. Although I sometimes listen to podcasts if I'm taking a bath or something. But I don't generally take baths. I still have this Canada J Wikipedia page open. Looking forward to seeing you guys again, you old whiskey jacks. So I just received this email. Stray is meow available on PS5, PS4, and Steam. Cat emoji. Thanks, Annapurna. Email list. It's meow available. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome back from D&D. You tamed an elk. I initially read that as you turned into an elk. Well, I mean, congrats on taming an elk. The only time you hear next door or downstairs is when they're drilling or hammering. My neighbors like to vacuum daily. My mom says that this is a normal practice if you have small children. They do, in fact, have small children up there. I insist that vacuuming daily is ridiculous, even if you have small children, but I also don't have small children, so I guess I can't really say. Which is rare. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, people drilling or hammering, obviously, is not going to be a super frequent occurrence unless you live next to a wood shop. I tamed an elf. So I read that. So I read it as I turned into an elk. You read it as I tamed an elf. But what she actually said was I tamed an elk. I mean, nothing wrong with taming an elf. You heard stories about you being small and being a better vacuum than the actual vacuum, as in like you just go around picking stuff up off the ground and eat it. Maybe you have a good immune system now because of that. But the last two steps in your phone's volume regulation are about twice as too loud and nothing at all, which is something in between. Yeah, I will listen to podcasts set to auto mute in 15 minutes because my podcast app has a shut off setting. I had a habit of eating dirt when I was a small kid. I would literally like go down to the garden, I'd take a handful of dirt and just go, and then mom would be like, no! That was something I used to do when I was little. But, you know, supposedly it's good for small kids to put dirt in their mouth and things. I don't know how much I actually believe that, but... You have hardwood floors and 4 cats and 18 tons of hair per week. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. But yeah, no, my neighbors upstairs vacuum a lot. And it wouldn't bother me if they were just vacuuming their carpet, but they vacuum their hardwood too. As somebody who has hardwood floors in his apartment, please, I'm going to ask you very nicely. Don't vacuum your hardwood floors. Not because it's loud and annoying, which it is. It's really bad for your hardwood floors. You sweep the hardwood floors. You don't vacuum the hardwood floors. You vacuum carpet. You sweep hardwood floors. Otherwise, you'll end up with little indents into your hardwood floors, and you'll damage your floors, and then they look ugly. So, maybe for my sake, because I can hear too well, don't vacuum hardwood floors. Not for me. Do it for your floors. They will thank you. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Thanks for coming to my Wood Talk? Yeah, I don't know. A mom of yours says a friend of yours came over and was surprised to find a very long hair on the SETI. Mom has shoulder length hair and you have stomach length hair? Oh, was surprised that you had long hair? It'd be hotter if you found a short hair. Yeah, I mean, every now and again I find a short hair in my apartment and I look at it and I go, I wonder if this is from the cat that I took care of 8 months ago. I guess I should sweep under the sofa again. Some lobster for your anniversary. Well, happy anniversary, Darren. And have a good lobster. Also, it's early autumn, apparently, so the humans have arrived. It might be from a rat? From the rat? You mean like this rat? Well, this rat doesn't shed, and the hairs were too long to be from this. Because the hairs in this rat, I don't know if you can tell, but they're only, like, you know, plushy length. So even if this thing was shedding, no, it wouldn't be from that. Actually, what it might be is it might be from my neighbor's cat. Or cats. There are 3 different cats. There's Charlie, Vasha, and... Why can't I ever remember his name? He's got a very human name, which is why I never remembered it. Merle? Murphy? Something like that. Anyway, there's 3 cats that live in kind of the area behind my apartment. And all 3 of them, on different occasions, have walked right into my apartment when the door's been open. Hector? No, it starts with an M. Merlin? No. It's Mer something. I can never remember his name. He's a very fat black cat. Marvin. No. Someone should just name a cat Marvin Gaye, because that would be a great name for a cat. Merlin? Not Mari. That's Disnoff's cat. Another streamer. I think it might be Marvin. I don't know. Anyway, it's the one I see the least often out of all of them. Mako? It's not Mako. Are we just going to... It's not Marco. It's Ma something. Or Mer something. Anyway. Doesn't matter. But anyway. There are 3 cats that will occasionally wander into my apartment through the open door. And it's either their hat... Or it's either their hair or the cat that I cat sit sometimes hair. That's a small one. Probably because they brought a copper cage and a horse. Manny Vargas. So somebody posted this on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. Regular werebeasts brutally murder livestock, maul dwarves, and other creatures in their path. Werebeast scholar, intense reading. Good thing he was reading a book before he became a werebeast and just continued reading the book. Otherwise, everybody in that room would be dead right now. I'd say it's best to wait for Aban, tattooed labored here, to become a whatever they are normally, a dwarf again, and then cut them into tiny pieces. Also, I would like to highlight the crime that this fort has committed, which is all of their doors are made of wood. Yeah, it's a weregopher. Anyway, quality post. It is terrifying. Stab him to death once he stops being a weregopher. One pick and 3 crutches. Oh, also, Farana, you have a dwarf now. I re-dwarfed you. You're a baby girl. Your mom and dad are Anthony and Navy. Why are wood doors a sin? For me, it's because most ASCII tile sets, they don't get an icon. That's the reason I don't like them. But why are they a sin? Because stone is better. Duh. This rock is more dwarfy. Making things out of wood in a dwarven fort, aside from things that need to be made from wood, or like crutches, to me is just sad. Because wood isn't very good. Wood is no good. That's my platform. Vote Blind IRL for Dwarfus Mayor 412. I was going to say 420, but 412. In the year 412, elect Blind as Dwarfus Mayor. With this kind of platform, maybe I'll stand up against that elven bard who's been winning the elections for the last 700 years. You tend to have a mix of wood and rock stuff. Yeah, it's fine. I just think that making all of your doors out of wood is like, come on, there's perfectly good stone everywhere. That's much better material. But the elves hate it when things are made out of wood. So, okay. That would be like somebody saying, I really, really, really hate the color orange. And then you painting the diplomacy office that person visits annually orange. So elves really hate it when you make stuff out of wood. And thus making the thing out of wood would make for really fucking bad diplomatic conversations. So if that is your intent, then sure. But also, why don't you just fill up the reservoir above it with lava and make it out of stone and then just solve the problem right then and there? If you're going to be a racist asshole, then just set them on fire. At least do it in a dwarfy manner. Don't insult your dwarven legacy by constructing something out of wood. Come on. Just kill them in a way that's dwarfy. Yeah, exactly. It would be like handing a taxidermy dog to somebody who loves dogs. Anyway, still not much for me to read. It's not my fault that the people haven't been writing in the Added Word Stories room, so I'll read what I have. Burning all these damn cracks. Struggle against the gravitational pull cats are flavored by sour paint, corroding metal. Rats. There we go. Sorry, that's all I got, me. Doors and walls are both flammable. Door would burn, and that would ignite walls. Wooden walls burn. Waste of time. Also, you can't rebuild the door every time because they'll die the first time and then they'll attack you. Like, maybe once or twice. Anyway, I don't like talking about fighting with elves because elves are boring to go to war with. People who go to war with elves are, at least in the current version of the game, just too fucking lazy to trade with them properly because they are the best people to trade with and the least interesting to fight with. If you're going to fight with a faction, fight with humans or goblins or dwarves because they're way more fun to fight with and actually a little bit of a challenge. Fighting with elves is like just beating up a baby. And, you know, if you like beating up babies, I mean, then more power to you, I guess. But, like, I think you're the bad person then. Well, I mean, see, here's the thing. That would be like cremating a dead corpse. Even better to just build it in on the surface amongst a bunch of trees so that they get to watch living trees burn alongside of the dead trees burn. That would actually be the most efficient way to do that, is build it in actual trees and then just set the tree on fire. Or make your trading post like on a platform in trees like this and channel underneath it and cave the whole thing in. That's the bestest way to do it, if we're going to talk about being mean. But yeah, no, I mean, Longdeath has been trading with elves for the last hundreds of years, and that's why we have all these unicorns. They also often bring elephants and other fun animals. But I don't know. This is one of my least favorite topics to discuss in Dwarf Fortress because it's the least nuanced and least interesting thing that you can do in Dwarf Fortress is set elves on fire. Okay, let's work on some plant fiber. Anyway. I just wish that people were not so fucking murder boner happy when they played video games. But, you know. Discussions about Dwarf Fortress are much more interesting when there's more to do than just kill things. Fortunately, there's lots more to do than just kill things in this game, which is why this game is so good. In fact, going to war with anything in Dwarf Fortress only hurts you. It doesn't help you in any positive way. Although I'm really looking forward to the premium version when we'll have like value parlays. So when things attack you, they will make a demand, and the demand will be for an item of high value, and you can say yes or no, which I think is real neat. Can I just say, I'm just pulling stuff off of the Dwarf Fortress subreddit now. Somebody posted this 2 days ago, and I haven't seen it until now. This is the coolest giant cave spider silk web I've ever seen. This person says it just suddenly appeared. That is rad looking. Obviously, there's a giant cave spider stealth around here somewhere. But that is so fucking cool. Literally, the thread is titled, "This just suddenly popped out of nowhere. In over a decade of playing, I've never seen anything like it before." So cool. It's giant cave spider silk. No spiders around, though. Time to build a loom. Be careful, she may be hiding. No spider. Make sure your militia has metal armor plus webs are basically guaranteed kills. Beautiful but terrifying. Yeah, that's where you just start building cage traps. Or look on the deceased menu for dead spiders. Paranoid Metroid. A couple of dwarves that keep getting into arguments. How is clothing doing? Well, at least clothing is good. Also, I'm feeling like somebody stealth resubbed because my sub count went up by 1 quietly. So whoever did that, thanks. Money's appreciated because I think I've made about $4 today. Then when they eventually went down the cavern way, I guess it had been killed by troglodytes? I mean, I've seen... I saw a giant cave spider lose a fight to 2 cave crocodiles once. So, like, it's not unheard of. Like, they certainly can just die. But, you know. I feel like a hydra would lose to a giant cave spider, no? Spider would shoot out webs and then go and bite it, and it would die. I feel like that would actually be a really easy fight. Even cave spiders have bad days? Yeah, but I've lost forts because 2 cave spiders showed up at the same time. Yeah, true. That is like killing a giant with a small rodent, which has also happened. I once had a forgotten beast that was killed because a peasant dwarf picked up, actually I think it was a farmer dwarf, picked up and threw a dead rodent, a dead hamster to be specific, straight at the forgotten beast, and it went through the eye, crushing the eyeball, and through the brain, destroying the brain. So literally just picked up a dead hamster and went whoop with like a baseball arm, and it just went whoop through its eye and through its brain and out the other side. So yeah, I had that happen once. It was a legendary throw. It was like a perfect throw. It went straight through the eye. It was a one-eyed snake was the forgotten beast. Wasn't a particularly strong thing. Also, yes, I'm aware that one-eyed snake is a slang term for penis. Okay, somebody make the joke, and then we can continue on with our day. But yeah, it was a one-eyed snake. Strange mood level of throw. Yeah. Yeah. Auto loom died thread. Don't actually know. Yeah, no, I mean, strange mood levels of throw would be this classic piece of Dwarf Fortress lore. This classic throw, which is depicted by this lovely piece of fan art, which is a throwing a dead lion at a living lion and killing the living lion with the dead lion. So this dwarf picks up a lion corpse and throws it at a lion, and the spinning lion corpse strikes the lion in the upper body, bruising the muscle and jamming the left false rib through the left lung and tearing it apart the left lung. The lion is having trouble breathing. The lion corpse is firmly lodged in the wound. This is probably the most well-known and iconic throw in Dwarven history of throwing a dead lion at a living lion and killing the living lion with the dead lion by getting the dead lion stuck in the living lion, so thus killing a lion with a spinning flying lion. That is a strange mood level of throw. Although now I have to wonder, because like in like medieval times, humans used to, you know, load all of the heads of their dead enemies up into yay, this dwarf's no longer stressed. Well, that's good. Humans used to take the heads of the decapitated heads of their dead enemies and load them into catapults and throw them in like into besieged cities, right? As like a fear tactic. I wonder if anybody's ever died because they got hit by one of those flying heads. I have to wonder. How do you feel about combat? Forefront of her considerations is very slow. She is prone to hatreds, develop negative feelings. Polite and observes decorum. How do you feel about stress? Quite ambitious. She doesn't handle stress well. All right, never mind then. Oh, probably that too. That would also make sense. I always read about it as like a fear tactic thing, but spreading plague also makes perfect sense. Yeah, I could see that. But regardless, they did that, right? I wonder if anybody's been killed by a flying head. That has to have happened, right? That's about as likely as getting pooped on by a bird, which has happened to me, so. There was one, on the topic of getting pooped on by a bird. It was one day, I'll never forget this afternoon. I was hanging out with my mom. We were on our way home from music lessons. It was just me and my mom. We were in the car, and my mom said she wanted pizza. So we pulled into, I can't remember what pizza joint. It was some locally owned pizza place. Pulled in. My mom got out. 10 minutes later, she came back in and she had a pizza. I was just sitting in the car with the windows open for the 10 minutes or whatever. It was in the summer, so it was pretty hot. My mom goes, close your window. We'll turn the AC on. And I go, okay. And I have this pizza sitting on my lap. And she turns the car on. And I start rolling the window up. And just as it closes, splat on the window. Bird poop. Covered the entire window, pretty much. If we hadn't gone, close the window, I'll turn the AC on, that pizza would have been covered in bird shit. I love the concept of that story because it's kind of amazing to me. It's one of those, yes, that is very much something that would have happened. Had like another second gone by. Or if I'd hesitated to close the window. Longdeath is at war? Yep. We're at war with humans. The Confederacy of Sport. I have a little fiery torchy chamber for them for when they get here. All these hallways fill up with lava. It's self-cleaning and self-venting and all that. They only show up maybe once a year or so. That's kind of interesting. They only show up maybe once a year or so, so it's not too frequently that we have to deal with them. But no, they actually, yeah, they were the faction that sent 2 tributes annually, not the faction that sent 1 big tribute. We're still at peace with the faction that sends 1 big tribute annually. But we are at war with the faction that sends, or that was sending, 2 small per year. So, yes, Longdeath is in fact at war. It's been an interesting few years. Currently at 28 dwarves with 42 total. Some of them are just unnamed. Most of them are just unnamed merchants, though. Or not most of them, but most of the 42 versus the 20-something. So the extras on top are all unnamed merchants, but it's been a pretty good time in the fort. Aside from that, I mean, could of course be worse, could of course be better, but I wish the population was higher, but, you know, we do what we can with the dwarves that we have and waiting for the humans to attack again. But yeah, planning on playing 2 forts today. We're going to play this one and the other one today. Or at least that's the plan. Plans change sometimes, but that is the current plan. But how's Disco Waffles been? What do you think? Yeah, aside from that, it's still just normal Longdeath. Pretty good. Your deceased king's wife finally died of old age, and it's kind of the end of an era. Gotcha. We started exporting named war rocks. Oh, that's cool. So how long until you get invaded by an enemy army riding on named war rocks? Or are you just going to, like, go into Legends mode and just, like, see where they end up? That's cool, though. So you've actually, like, domesticated them? Then? Or are they named because of combat? What they've been through? Yeah, that's kind of awesome. You know what I would do if you've built a faction that's successfully named, like, domesticated war rocks, is I would I would, what would you call it? I would retire that fort eventually, build a fort in a different faction, and then go to war with that faction and see if they attack you with rocks, which would be awesome. Giant birds of prey. Cool. Didn't think you could, but military is totally cool with them. Yeah, no, I mean, war rocks are... Your military will be... The nice thing about rocks is they don't have, like, the bugs that dragons have, where if you tame a dragon, like, half your fort still considers them to be a threat, so, like, dogs will... Even trained dogs will just attack them, and then that'll flag them as hostile because they will just torture dogs, and then then your dwarves will just execute the dragon, which is kind of a shame. So it's a lot harder to do that sort of stuff with dragons, but with rocks they don't have that problem. So it's only the fire breathing ones that do. Hey, God, yawns. Fuck. Chat room, I'll be back in a moment. Could I get a round of beers? Because we're a little lurky. I'm just going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. I was talking to somebody in chat a couple of months ago who had domesticated war elephants throughout his faction because he bought tamed elephants from the humans, or tamed elephants from the humans, and then bred them for like 40 years in game. So he had this huge herd of elephants and was exporting them to all ends of his faction. Every single time traders would show up, he'd export them. And he got that faction to the point where if he started a new fort, he could embark with an elephant. Then he went and made a new fort as part of a different faction and then invaded his old faction. And they, in fact, attacked him with mounted elephants, elephant riders. So that's why I say, like, you should keep at what you're doing. And then, you should keep at what you're doing. Should be able to move in a second. Should keep at what you're doing and then try and attack your own fort. We'll show up with pet rocks. That would be crazy. I don't know about that. You remembered a childhood story? Only one? Once in your childhood, you were bored and pestering your mom for entertainment, so she mixed up a jar of dried beans and peas and had me sort them back out. Man, children were simpler back then. After about 3 remixes where she went with the bowl to secretly remix her 4th mix, broke her, and she just straight up poured the beans and peas back into the sorting bowl. So due to this betrayal, I got up and went to cause havoc somewhere else in the house without her supervision. I don't get it. But okay. Yeah. God. It's funny that you call them remixes. But, you know. Get the military training again. You sound like you were a handful as a child. I'll put it that way, Kravicus. Yeah, but yeah, no, Disco, definitely report back on your findings with the tame rocks, because that is really cool. I'd be really curious to know how that faction interacts with the rocks in the future. I think I have a lava kiln. No, I don't. Okay, let's make a lava kiln. So one thing Streamer is going to shout out is Streamer is going to be a dirty sell-up for a moment here. And just remind everybody that if you want to support the stuff I do here, there's a link to the Patreon. Just as an example, today I've made about $3 total. Not all days are great for streamers. Things like Patreon allows us to do what we do as a job. It's not a demand, it's just a comment. So as a reminder that that thing exists. Let's place a kiln right there, and we're going to make it out of, let's make her out of iron. Gonna get some of that clay gotten rid of. Actually, no, let's make a couple kilns. Let's, onto this dwarf. For crafts, we're gonna give you pottery. Pottery and glazing. Pottery and glazing. Move down to this dwarf, who I know has no crafts. We're gonna give you pottery and glazing. But also, if you want to watch other things I do from time to time, there's a link to the YouTube channel. Today is the last scheduled stream of the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are the day that I'm on generally. Today's been kind of quiet, so I'm just kind of stuck in my own brain loops, which is fun? Question mark? Well, it's almost like as a small child, we're all idiots, right? Of course, it only worked once or twice because we were idiots. And grow plants in them. But you can make pots and then put alcohol in them. Isn't that superior than putting a plant in it? From a dwarf's perspective, of course. I mean, I have multiple clay pots in my apartment with plants in them, but like, wouldn't a dwarf be much more, you know, interested in like putting alcohol in the pot? Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets and lose them all. Sure, but grow plant in dirt, put alcohol in pot. Why would you grow plant in pot, put alcohol in pot? Then you have half the pots. You have to make twice as many pots. Much easier to just irrigate the ground and then put alcohol in pot. Good luck, Stone. But no, I do kind of, you know, I know what you mean. The thing for me that's underwhelming about pottery is that it's not generally valuable enough to be worth it, even though it is one of the not hardest, but harder materials to like acquire enough of to do stuff that's interesting with it. And that kind of sucks. Like, this fortress has no clay. The only clay that I have in this fortress is clay that's been given to me by the humans. So I can make clay jugs and clay pots, but it's only so useful. There's no actual, like, long-term value to doing it that way. You know, I think tonight I'm going to play some Into the Breach. And re-unlock stuff. I've got some stuff unlocked, but... I don't think weight matters enough that there would be an advantage. Well, I mean, if we're going by weight, then the only material you want to put your liquor storage is... that you want to put your alcohol in Dwarf Fortress. If you only want like the lightest thing, then the only valid material is featherwood, because featherwood is the lightest material that you can make stuff out of. Oh, probably, but most dwarves are strong enough that it's not a concern. Also, how often are you really transporting barrels? They're probably lighter than lead barrels, I would assume. But wooden barrels, yes. Clay would be way heavier than wood, because wood is very light. But if you want the lightest material, featherwood. Featherwood is the lightest material in the game. The best material for wheelbarrows and such. I don't know. I would love to be able to make like clay cannons, or like maybe have more uses for pipes as an example. Speaking of pipes and machines, apparently they redid all of the art for the machines for Dwarf Fortress. Like, there was the early mock-up that Meph did for Premium ages ago. Wow, some wins. Congrats. There was some early mock-ups that Meph did ages ago for machines. But since Meph no longer works on the project, those mock-ups have been thrown out. So apparently the new artists have redone all of the machines, and I'm really curious to see what those end up looking like. No, you just doubled your... Well, not doubled, but you just got slightly more wealthy than you've been for a while, Stone. You can go back to investing 67 again. It's a pretty good little win. One of your first forts, you were afraid and curious if your doors would get lead poisoning by drinking from lead cups. They don't. I don't know if you know that, but they don't. In my headcanon, it's real fun to sell, you know, lead mugs to humans and elves and stuff. I don't really care if it does Florida Man because I don't use it, but yeah, it will. It might take a minute, but it'll be like every other time there's a new version of Dwarf Fortress. When there's a new version of Dwarf Fortress that breaks a bunch of stuff, it takes a couple weeks, but they get it updated. Like the last patch for Dwarf Fortress took about 2 weeks for DF Hack to be compatible. It's still the same code base, so I don't know why it wouldn't be. I don't understand why you would want to use DF Hack with premium, but unless you're trying to cheat, I don't really see the purpose of it anymore. The whole point of DF Hack was to remove a lot of the annoyances of vanilla Dwarf Fortress, to be able to contort the game a little bit more. But outside of like mod tools, I don't really see the purpose of DF Hack anymore. Like I don't use it, but I can understand why people use it currently in vanilla DF. No idea why people would use it with premium. Makes no sense to me. Automates a lot of actions. Okay, so it removes gameplay. Cool. That to me is not a positive thing. That's an annoyance. I don't want that. So my statement still stands. I don't understand why people would want to use it. If you want to automate your actions, play a Zachtronics game. Do I just need to keep repeating my same statement over and over, Huntomas? Doesn't make any sense to me why anybody would use it with premium. It removes a lot of the boring, repetitive parts of the gameplay. Okay. I will say what I said again. I still don't understand why anybody would use it with premium. I'm gonna just keep saying what I've said, so you can keep giving me reasons why you'd use it, and I will continue to state, sure, that is not something that I see as valuable or needed or necessary for Dwarf Fortress. But yes, it will work. There's no logical reason why it wouldn't, and the people who update DF Hack have already said that they're going to update it for premium when premium is released. Or maybe before if they get the game early, which probably will happen. Yeah, what Cherry said. But yeah, anyway, it'll get updated, just like everything else. Just like they'll update DF Therapist for it for some reason. Which would be a waste of everybody's time, but, you know. It usually takes a couple of weeks, and it'll probably be the exact same. Because it's not like they're getting paid to update DF Hack. If available on the map. If. Would find it more annoying to deal... I find wood more annoying to deal with. Oh, I hate making stuff out of wood in Dwarf Fort. It's a pain, but... Wiki doesn't include them. Well, to give you an idea... Featherwood is non-weight. So a dwarf carrying something made of featherwood is exactly the same as a dwarf carrying nothing. Dwarves don't notice something made of featherwood when they're carrying it. So the weakest possible dwarf carrying a featherwood barrel is the same speed as a normal dwarf. Like, talking with Tarn about it, because I did ask him about featherwood once. I can't remember what the context of the question was, but the actual response of it basically came down to it's balsa wood. It's like the difference between carrying a block of wood and a piece of balsa wood. It doesn't matter. Not needed to be said, Stone, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really care, but it will be updated most likely. Training weapons don't deal any damage. Why would featherwood training weapons deal damage? You shouldn't be using training weapons for your dwarves, like at all, period. That is an unnecessary thing, and it's been unnecessary for about 8 years. There was one version of the game where training weapons were needed, and then they just changed how dwarves train. They changed how dwarves choo-choo so that they don't hurt each other when they're training. So training weapons are completely redundant. You shouldn't use them. Yes. An empty barrel is lighter than a full barrel, but not by much. Yes, when used against real enemies, but you shouldn't be using them. I mean, getting hit with a stick hurts, but it's not a very effective weapon. You shouldn't use training weapons at all for anything, except for maybe your hammerer if you want to go that route. I just don't let them equip a weapon. There's no reason in Dwarf Fortress to use training weapons for anything, period. Unless you're trying to have, like, the least effective military of all time. Outside of roleplay, there's no reason to have training weapons. But I would assume they would do some damage. Similar to normal weapons doing some damage. But I've never made training weapons out of featherwood and given them to my military and told them to go attack an elf or a human or a goblin, so I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. I would assume they do, but... I normally just make featherwood wheelbarrows and featherwood barrels and featherwood... what's the other thing? Crutches, splints, that sort of thing. Very useful for those sorts of things because, like, having a dwarf that has weightless crutches is great. Sounds like a fun gimmick if you want it to end quickly. I mean, wooden shields are pretty effective. Well, yeah, wooden shields are pretty effective. You give your what is it called? You give your wrestlers 2 shields each, and they dual wield shields, and they literally do like a riot cop stomping motion on things. They just whack them with the base of the shield, which is pretty efficient. They just knock them over and whack them in the head. So I mean, if you were to like just have wood for a military, that's what I would do: is 2 shields wrestlers. That's actually a pretty effective strat in adventure mode, is to just equip multiple shields. What if I catch a goblin or some other enemy, and if my dwarves just keep hitting it for days with training weapons, would that be an effective weapons training for them? Yeah, but they would kill it pretty quickly. Because if you told your dwarves to kill it, or if you told your dwarves to attack it, right? And let's just say that you equip them all with a training sword and a wooden shield, right? They would hit it with the sword, but they'd also punch it. So, you know, if you tell a bunch of unarmed dwarves to attack a goblin, they'll kill the goblin. It might just take them a couple more seconds and they might get kind of tired in the process. Yeah, they'd bite it and kick it to death. So what would end up happening there is they would end up, like, yes, they would whack it with the swords. The swords wouldn't be super effective, but they'd also punch it, bite it, kick it, stab it, pummel it, kick it, bite it, rip it, tear it, trash it, stick it, jump it, flack it, update it, name it, rate it, print it, scan it. Anyway, they would kill it. So, no. I mean, that does kind of work, actually, as a strategy with zombies and wooden crossbow bolts for training crossbow dwarves. That's a pretty legit strat, is wooden crossbow bolts and crossbow dwarves at range with zombies. Because zombies are basically immune to crossbow bolts. They're almost completely immune to crossbow bolts. Or wooden crossbow bolts, specifically. So at range, you can train ranged dwarves like that pretty effectively. But melee dwarves would just beat them to death. they would just kill it. So, I admire the thinking, but no, not very efficient. What a featherwood training sword would be useful for probably would be like wood. I guess make a wooden training sword out of featherwood and give it to your hammerer would be, excuse me, a good use for that. It's early winter. It's early winter. Good night, Krabicus. Sleep well. Don't cause problems for your mother. Dwarf Fortress has this nasty habit of like being smarter than the human playing it. So like the human will be like, I got this idea. And then the game will be like, I've accounted for this. And then the thing dies and you're like, God damn it. Also, like, the most effective training for a dwarf is to just give them a weapon and tell them to train for 6 months. It's like, most of these dwarves, it's like, yeah, they're constantly training, but they're constantly training so that they don't get rusty. It's like, you can train a dwarf from no skill whatsoever, and let's just say spear, right? Spear combat with a shield. You can train them from nothing to legendary in less than a year just by building an armor stand. So all of these alternative forms of training a dwarf quickly that people throw around are kind of redundant because of how fast you can train a dwarf normally. And then once you have one legendary dwarf, they train even faster because one dwarf will get really good training skills and then that dwarf will run all the training sessions. And if they're really good at training, then the other dwarves train even faster. It's like, and then if you need to train a skill like ambushing, if you make a hunter guild hall and make it public, they'll just teach ambushing and stuff, which is like the hardest skill in the game to train. So you don't even need to invade people to train ambushing anymore. You can like just make a hunter's guild, and just like this clothing demonstration that's happening down here between, you know, a child, Disco and Lear. Like Disco down here is currently developing clothing. Yeah, see? Novice clother. This is a child. They can't actually make clothes yet. So they've never actually made clothes. But they're 8 years old and they're a novice clother already. Which means when they turn into an adult, they'll become a woodcrafter because they made a wood artifact. But they're also a novice clother because they keep hanging out in this, like, clother's guild, right? It's just like they gain all of their various other speech skills by hanging around dwarves that are talking, right? I have no idea. Nuclear sneeze. I doubt it. Because the damage is based on weight and sharpness. And I don't think training weapons have sharpness, which is why they're training weapons. I don't think they do. Blue Space Weeb is pondering the moon path, and it stopped them from being depressed. That's good. The thing about guild halls is you need to make them public, right? So say you have, like, I don't know, a doctor's guild hall. I don't have enough doctors in my fortress to make a doctor's guild. But I have a doctor's guild hall that if you hit R on it a couple times, you can set it for citizens and long-term residents only. Almost every single dwarf in my fortress has doctoring skills because of this guild hall. Public guild halls are quite literally like having a school for that subject. Like, if you, like this metalsmith's guild, I don't have enough metalsmiths to make a metalsmith's guild. There's no dwarves in a metalsmith's guild in this fortress. However, most of my dwarves have at least some skills in metalsmithing because the few metalsmiths in my fort teach the other dwarves how to smith from there. Same with the Ranger Guild. The Ranger Guild exists purely to train ambushing, essentially. The Clothers Guild is the exact same thing. The reason I have so many Clothers in this fort is because I have a bunch of legendary Clothers and they teach all the other dwarves how to be Clothers. It gives them the exact same thought as, and like I was explaining this to somebody yesterday. Does the value of the guild hall matter? The value of the guild hall only matters if a guild has formed. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. But if you put like food and chairs in there, they'll spend more time in there. The thing that I was explaining to somebody is the dwarves will only form a guild if you have 10 dwarves of that skill in your fort for an extended period of time. And then if they request you construct one, then it needs a minimum value. Otherwise, if you're just making a guild for the sake of making a guild, it doesn't matter. I just make them fancy because I can, and it's fun. But if you make a crafts dwarfs guild, and you have a bunch of dwarves that want to make crafts, being taught to make crafts gives them the same happy thought as making the craft and satisfies that need. So if you don't want to be producing rock crafts all the time, make a very valuable, nice crafts dwarfs guild. They'll all go socialize in there. They'll run classes on how to craft, and it's a more effective method of dealing with that need to make crafts than making crafts. So instead of overproducing a shit ton of items in your game, the guild hall literally acts like a school. It's also super useful because then your children in the fortress will have skills by the time they hit adulthood, which is also super useful. So, you know. Oh, also, I would like to announce something that's really good news. About 5 months ago, or whenever it was released, the Risk of Rain DLC came out. And they sold the soundtrack for it on record, on physical. Anyway, I bought it, and it's been shipped as of this morning. Stitch and Ditch Club? Stitch and Bitch Club? Either a really big truck just drove up the street next to my apartment, or a bomb just went off, or we just had an earthquake. Hold on a second. I think we just had an earthquake. I lean my head out the window, and the first thing I hear is... Do you feel that? Yeah, I felt that. Huh. Earthquake? Yeah, I think. Neat. I have a record collection. That's a record player. I play records on stream. So. I have a hobby. It's a great hobby. That's not funny, nuclear sneeze, but okay. The reason I said bomb is right across the street, they're doing a really big thing of construction, and I know that they have a sign up saying blasting ongoing, so they're blowing through rock, so I thought it might be that, but I mean, it might still have been that, but either that or we just had a small earthquake, which is not unusual for this area. No, this isn't vintage. This is brand new. That's a Super Meat Boy soundtrack right there. It's not vintage. Brand new. So is the record player. Record player is also brand new. Regular are earthquakes in Canada. Depends on where in Canada you are. If you're on the West Coast on the fault line, very common. I am in the West Coast on the fault line, so they're very common. Like, you know how there's supposedly a big one, a big earthquake that's going to engulf all of California at some point, and frankly, they should fucking hurry up so that I don't need to go to LA anymore. But there's supposed to be an earthquake that's going to make all of like Western North America, from like all the way up in Alaska, all the way down to California, sink into the ocean. That's supposed to happen sometime in the next 15,000 years. Anyway, we feel earthquakes pretty. I don't know, maybe 10 to 15 a year. They're all minor. It's like your table vibrates for a minute. But like the last major one that I felt was like a 3. They're all very like minimal. Like, so most of them are so small you don't even notice them. But like the last one that I felt was supposedly a 3 on the scale. And it was enough that I fell over in the lobby of the place that I worked. You had a couple 4s a year? Yeah, we usually have maybe 1 or 2 4s a year, but like, I mean, I could just like go Google Vancouver earthquake ? And find out. Vancouver earthquake ? Today. Oh, apparently, when was the latest earthquake in Vancouver? The last earthquake occurred 21 hours ago. Minor earthquake, 1.6. Was felt from Washington to Abbotsford, Fraser Valley, British Columbia, Canada. Yeah, so like, you know, yesterday, around like around this time. But there might have also just been one, because I definitely felt something. Oh, I know. I could also go look at the worldwide map or one of the 50,000 streams, but I also don't care that. I was more just curious if I was the only person who felt that, which is why I went and stuck my head outside. Bye, Tommy! Long time! It's good to see you. How you been? What's up, dude? That's a good emote, by the way. I like that one. Kind of reminds me of Cat Jam. I do own some vintage records, though. Florida man. I have about 250 records in my collection. And about 50 of them are stream safe. Video game soundtracks and the like. Some synthwave records. Anyway, it was one of two things. It was either blasting at the construction site across the street or an earthquake. But my bet's still on earthquake. Felt like an earthquake. Didn't feel like a blast. You're lucky to not have World War remnants buried everywhere. Every large construction in the EU runs into at least one old bomb, and they have to evacuate the surrounding area for defusing. How big of an area? Another real easy way to figure out that bombs, or not bombs, that there was an earthquake is if all of the dogs start barking. Because dogs seem to feel it immediately, and they all start barking usually. I like how this dwarf is reading, but they're actually just like running in circles, completely oblivious to reality. Yeah, I didn't play the DLC, and I have no intention of playing it, but looking forward to listening to more music from it, because I really like the music in that game. Depends how big the bomb is. Touche. Yeah, no, there was like no landfall combat on the west coast of Canada. No. We don't really have that issue. The only war we've had here is massacring natives. Oh, and getting invaded by America once. Yes, but that's on the other side of Canada. I'm talking about the west coast of Canada, Batome. I'm not talking about the literal other side of the fucking continent. Sorry for not being specific enough for you. But this entire conversation has been about Western Canada, not Eastern Canada. I'm aware that there was explosions and World War I stuff. The other side of the country. Not here. This is a big country. It's like talking about California and you're like, actually in Florida. Come on. Work with me here. Who's getting invaded by America? The War of 1812. Technically, they invaded the British, but Canada got invaded by America in the War of 1812. 30 more. I don't know how much clay I have, but I'm trying to work through the clay that I have. I don't care where you're from. That wasn't the discussion we were having. So it's just kind of funny that I very specifically stated Vancouver, Western Canada, a number of times at the start of the conversation, and then you're just like, actually Halifax. I was like, thought I clarified this. Blah. Damn, nuclear sneeze. Where in Europe are you? There used to be somebody who would come by this stream every so often who claimed to be from Germany, and he says that his favorite hobby was to go out and find old bombs with a metal detector and then report them. Something him and his dad used to do all the time. I don't know where either of those places are, so I will just simply nod, Stone. I know where New York is. I don't know where York is, though. Weird shit's going on outside today. Someone's shouting. Sounds like it's coming from down by the pizza place, saying something about move your fucking cars. So I would assume that somebody's probably blocking the sidewalk or the road or... You know, chat, let me tell you. If you're ever given the option between living close to a pizza place or not living close to a pizza place, don't live close to the pizza place. People are assholes, don't know how to park, and wait around awkwardly in private property all the time to pick up pizzas. It's obnoxious. It used to be this little noodle house before the pandemic, and then it went out of business, and so a Domino's Pizza took the location. Oh my god, it's a fucking nightmare sometimes. It's an abject fucking nightmare, and I hate it. Just people blocking driveways and plugging up parking spaces, parking where they're not supposed to be, blocking the sidewalk, random arguments breaking out, surprise car accidents, all that jazz. Good stuff. I don't know how to pronounce that, Chico, so it is what it is. Let's make 100 lead statues. It's one of those years. Existing image. Or if that's admiring a puzzle box. Yeah, there it is. Or if admiring a spear. The pizza place you live next to. Okay, allow me to rephrase. Don't live near a popular pizza place. Although I will say, one of my favorite activities to do on weekends when I've got nothing else to do is to sit outside with a beer with my neighbor and we just watch people come and go from the pizza place. It's like every 20 minutes there's an argument, a fight, a near-miss car accident or something because it's a really poorly designed driveway. So people come in, they park, someone else comes in and rear ends them. They fight for a bit. One of them drives away. Police show up. It's like a 40-minute loop. It's great. You just literally just sit there and just watch the carnage go down. And then people show up and they're like, why are you sitting here? And I'm like, because I live here.
I live next to a bunch of restaurants. There's always yelling and squealing tires late at night, lol.
You'd think that restaurants would like make people happy and enjoy the area, but in reality, it just gives people an excuse to misbehave. Also, Sagsford, thank you very much for keeping the so alive for a 6th month. Welcome back. You're the first notification of money in 5 hours. Cheers. For upping today's revenue from like $3 to like $4.50. Cheers. You could stream that for the lulz. You know, I always like to remind people of this. You know it's illegal to stream other people without their permission, right? Like that, like yes, you could stream it for the lulz, but they could also sue you for the lulz for streaming it for the lulz. So, not really. I'd have to be very careful about it and stream it to a not this account. I'd have to stream it to a different account and probably through a proxy server and be very careful about it. Your parents used to live on this really busy avenue. Watching people from their window was always fun. At least one guaranteed traffic accident every evening. Yeah. Your Honor, it was for the lulz. I did it for the lulz. God. I have a stupid question. Did anybody here watch the movie Smiley? Did anybody watch that movie? Don't go calling someone not from Birmingham from Birmingham unless you want an enemy. It's just like, don't tell me that I sound American unless you want to get punched. Verbally or literally. Name rings a bell, can't really remember. Smiley is an absolutely atrociously terrible horror film from like 2011, maybe 12. I feel like it might have come out later than that, but I hope it didn't. And its cast was entirely made up of YouTubers that were popular at the time. So its cast was entirely made up of people like Shane Dawson, Kasim G. I think What the Buck was in that movie. Yeah, anyway, it's completely illegal to stream footage of other people without their permission in the US. It's completely illegal. Look it up. I do this for a living, I should know. You have to ask for permission if you're going to walk into an owned establishment. If you don't own unless you own the property that you're sitting on, it's completely illegal. So if you walk into, let's just say, a restaurant with a camera and you're live streaming, they can legally kick you out and sue you. Do they? No. Can they? Yes. It's completely illegal. But anyway, Smiley was a terrible movie that was made, directed, written, and... Did you listen to what I said? Yes or no? Bahatome. Anyway, Smiley was a terrible horror film that was made, written, and directed by a bunch of YouTubers. It's absolutely atrociously terrible, and the way you summon the monster in that movie... You know how, like, for things, it's like, say, Bloody Mary and spin around 3 times in a bathroom and that kind of shit? It's like one of those, except what you do is you go into any online chat and you type in, I did it for the lulz. And then online, on the other side of the camera, if you're talking through, like, fucking Omegle or something, then a dude appears behind them and stabs them to death. Yeah, if you're in a public park and live streaming, every single person that you're going to have on that stream needs to be told. So if you are live streaming in a public park and there's a crowd of people off in the distance, that is illegal. You are breaking the law. Can they prove it? Will they know? Probably not. Will you get reported and caught? Probably not. So people do it all the time anyway. But if you don't have their permission to stream them and they're off in the distance, you can get in a lot of trouble for that. Also, hi, Navy. How are you? Better Call Saul to be sure. I think Kim Wexler might do a better job, but yeah, Saul's also good. But yeah, like say you have a VR, say you have a live stream, a portable live streaming setup, right? And you walk into a sushi place, let's just say, and you sit down, you're with a bunch of friends, and you want to stream your lunch. You have to ask the management of the establishment if you can live stream there. You could just turn it on, but they can kick you out. Also, if they're a minor, that might be a crime. Yeah, I don't know the details there, but yes, you can sue somebody if you end up on their live stream. There's reasons why, like, news companies need very specific rights to film in public. Like, again, no one will stop you, but it's illegal. So if I were to, let's just say, stream people getting into car accidents and fighting, yeah, that's a reason for them to go after me. I have no idea. Diamond, maybe? Hi, hello, what's up? Yeah, because like the Netflix puts that series up, but I think they're like 6 months behind, so I haven't seen the last chunk of it yet, but looking forward to it when it does finally release on there. You sued a newspaper review for publishing a photo of you with, I'm assuming, without your permission. Yeah, I mean, that same thing. So yeah, no, you have to, like, if, like, I've had people ask me if I could live stream my camping trips, which I could theoretically do, but every single time somebody was walking towards us, I would have to cover the camera. And I would do it. And I'd be as diligent about that as possible every single time someone was walking towards us to not stream them. So yeah, closed, I guess. So yeah, no, it's something that you have to be at the very least aware of and cautious of, even if, like, you don't necessarily follow it. Because, like, again, no one's going to stop you. You know, if you're live streaming a public space, no one's going to stop you, realistically, unless they're a very mean person. But it doesn't change the fact that it's not legal. I had to pay you and publish an apology. You know, the only lawsuit that I ever got into, I didn't win, but I also didn't lose. I technically won, but legal representation cost more than even after the money that they got, which was supposed to cover the legal representation. I still had to pay it was like $100 or something. It was a small claims thing, but it was like an afternoon in court, which I didn't have to go to, fortunately. But lawyers sussed it out and they dealt with it, but the legal fees, because I had to pay the tax on top of the legal fees, ended up being more than I would have gotten in return from the small claims thing. 2 crutches and 3 picks. Crutch, wood, 2, pick, iron, 3. Yes, but we're not talking about recording people in public. We're talking about live streaming. We're talking about live streaming, right? You missed the first half of the conversation. I mean, if you're just recording a thing for your own personal use, yeah, that's fine. As long as you're not sharing it anywhere or posting it online. The problem is people record a thing and then they put it on Twitter. It's one of those weird legality things that's become very fuzzy in the last 10 years because of the abundance of the ability to live stream, right? And the abundance of social media and stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't like appearing in the background of people's photographs that get posted on the internet. It's happened to me a couple times, but I don't like it when it happens. It's the same reason it's illegal to sit on the 12th floor of a hotel and take pictures of people swimming in the swimming pool down on the main floor. That's not legal if you're going to share them. I mean, even if you aren't going to share them, that's still really fucking creepy. Same with live streaming. Be back in a second. Let me go see what's going on. Weird day. There's just somebody just freaking out on my back patio practically. Just next to my back patio. Not on my patio, but it's walking back and forth, just cursing up a storm. After peeking outside for a minute, I think that he was asked by police to leave for loitering. Because the area behind my apartment is private property. It's building property. So that whole area is owned by my building. And people like to, or seem to think it's public property for some reason or another, so they come up here and they camp. Which is unfortunate because people need a place to stay, right? But I think somebody called the police on him because there's a cop out there and he's just walking back around cursing. Maybe don't do that. I will complain. There was a person who was flying a drone around in my building area a little while ago. He lives in one of the different buildings, Navy, and I kept hearing the drone, and I went out there and I walked up to him and I said, "Does that thing have a camera on it?" And then he said, "Yeah." I'm like, "Please don't fly that around the building." And he goes, "Why?" And I'm like, "You're flying it like right on level to look into people's apartments, and you're going to probably run into legal problems pretty quickly if you keep doing that." And he looks at me and he goes, "Oh my God, you're not wrong." And then he just lands it and he's like, "I'm going to go to a park now, thanks." And literally left. I haven't seen the drone since. So, but like, yeah, no, I probably would complain. If I lived close to there where you're flying a drone, I would complain. I'm that kind of person. But that's just because I have this personal thing against drones. Don't like drones. Unless like you're doing it for photography purposes far away from other people. I don't like drones. But, you know, drones are really cool, though. I will say. Drone racing is awesome. Drone piloting is cool. Just keep them far away from my window. And I get really bothered when people fly drones close to my house, close to where I sleep. Public parks, I probably wouldn't care unless it was close to my house. Creepy, but not necessarily illegal to record windows. Yeah, but if you're recording my window, I will call the police. Not emergency, but I will call the police. We'll have you removed. Like, literally, like, if there's a drone hovering in my building, I won't be the first person to call the police, because I have a neighbor that lives over on the other side of the building that would probably call it before I would. But, yeah, no, if someone does that, yeah, no, that's like, very quick way to get yourself removed. I've seen people get asked to leave in public parks for flying drones around. I was reading Tarn's book, actually, last summer down in one of the public parks, and there was somebody flying a drone around, and he flew the drone around for about maybe 30 minutes, and then a bunch of police officers pulled up to the side of the park, got out of the cars, walked up to him and had a chat with him, and he landed the drone and left. So, I mean, a good place to fly a drone would be like trespass from a public space. I don't know what the actual, like, request is. I think, like, the easiest way to make a person flying a drone leave, though, is to noise complaint. Because drones make the most annoying sound on Earth. It's like a cloud of wasps. It's the worst sound. I hate it so much. That's my actual problem with drones, is they're just really fucking annoying to listen to. There was somebody flying a drone around the last time I went up Seymour. On a day trip, not for the camping trip I went up, but the last time I went up there for just a day trip when I went snowshoeing, there was somebody flying a drone around. And on his way out, park security was waiting for him, and they asked him not to fly it because it bothers other hikers, which I think is amazing. Or rather, I assume he was flying a drone around because he was carrying it, and they were talking to him when we were walking in, so. But hello again, Magna. How are you? The best place to fly drones around here, though, I would say would be on the dikes, because it's like, all you can really record is, like, cranberry fields. But not as loud as someone with boom boxes with the latest... Yeah, but I would actually argue that drone sounds travel better. Like, it's sort of like, you know, I would rather listen to somebody with a boombox playing the most recent Justin Bieber track than somebody listening to the most recent Justin Bieber track on their phone speaker at full volume, because that sound travels better, right? That high-pitched, tinny, like, ring that you get out of a phone sound, to me, is more annoying than a boombox. I don't mind hearing a boombox with loud music on it. That's fine. It's just loud music. But, like, hearing that tinny sound that fucking drones make just makes... It reminds me... Drones remind me of one sound, and that's getting cavities filled. And that's a sound I never want to hear in my life. Ever again. For the rest of my life. Ideally. But drones sound like that. So when they figure out how to make drones not sound like the drill that the dentist has, I'll be more or less okay with them. Just keep them away from my windows, please. What they should actually just say is they should just have a speaker on them that makes them say, "I'm creepy, I'm creepy, I'm creepy, I'm creepy." And then maybe people will stop flying drones. Outside of, you know, spaces where there's nobody around. Mr. Dentist. You should just name it Babby Drill or Baby Drill. I'm here to drill your teeth with propellers. When I was little, or not little, when I was in my teens, I had a little remote control helicopter, which was literally just a drone. It was a little tiny quadcopter. It was about that big. Had very, very delicate little rotors, and it was like an indoor only one. That was dumb fun. I actually, my favorite thing to do with it, because I could just set it to hover, is I would set it to hover, I don't know, about 2 feet above my head in the summer when it was too hot, and I just slide down underneath it. Those are my favorite things to do with it. I just set it to hover. I just lie down underneath it and be like, haha, fan. Or like we'd be like doing something and I just fly the little quadcopter above my head and it would cool me down. Because I didn't have air conditioning in the house growing up. Whoop. Hey, Farana! The child has become 1 year old and instantly goes into a Fey mood. What, just like a beep, beep, beep sound? Or sound. I don't know why this reminds me of that, but somebody, you know those like 10-hour chill beats, lo-fi music to relax and write to, and relax and study to or whatever? I saw a 10 hours of World War I sounds to relax and study to once. I don't know how it popped up in my YouTube recommended. This was before I turned off the YouTube algorithm, but that popped up once, and I took a look at it. I was like, what the fuck? And I looked at the comments. The first comment under that video was, anybody else realize that this is literally just Battlefield 1? It's literally just audio recordings of people fighting in Battlefield 1. Which, I don't know, kind of funny to me. 40 minutes of... It was 10 hours, not 40 minutes. I think I know what clips I'm going to cut out of the most recent Zach and Tarn interview now. I'm going to do that gremlin bit, that bit about gremlin. I'm going to do that intro bit about tutorials, because I think that whole discussion was really interesting. Maybe one or two others. But at the very least, those two. I think those two are going to be the go-tos that I'm going to do. More coffee, please. Because tomorrow I'm going to cut out some clips from the interview from last week. Are you okay, Diamond? Or did you just like faint and land on your keyboard? Also, can I just like say that on the YouTube version of that video, I'm way too proud of the bit at the end where I ask Tarn about release date and then he just goes, well, and then the music cuts in and he says, nothing has changed. I'm way too happy with how that edit turned out. All right, child, what have you grabbed so far? 2 boulders, I think? Okay, so Farana making an artifact, Fey mood. Micah, silver bars, and fancy sheepswool cloth. Cutting of gremlin? No, I'm going to post the entire gremlin clip. The whole gremlin bit's great, because Tarn straight up says, what are you guys doing out there? The hell? Just perplexed Tarn as best Tarn. Like, what are you even doing out there? I also really like the how common is uncommon in this. Wait, what was the actual wording of that? I need to look it up again. Was Stone's question. I might do that one as well. I've noticed clothing is generated using terms like common and uncommon. For example, humans generate masks uncommon. How common is uncommon in that context? It's such a confusing question, but I like it. How common is uncommon in that context? You might want to type an exclamation point in tickets to see how many you have, Thomas. I guarantee you it's not very many. It takes a long time to acquire that many tickets. Tickets that Diamond has earned over a very long career of investing tickets in my chat. So you type in this. Yeah, like you just did. Perfect, there you go. See, you have a very nice number of tickets. You can invest nice tickets. And also thank you for watching the stream for a total of 30 hours. It's a long time. Nothing to scoff at. Nice, double nice. Very nice investment. Although don't be shocked if you don't succeed. Thank you for providing content. You're welcome. People fortunately pay me to provide this content. Crondle fell off a cliff in the basement. How unfortunate. But yeah, no, I'm very happy that I get to provide content. It's a fun job. The coolest job I've had. And I've had a lot of really uncool jobs. I think I've had 2 cool jobs in my life. This is probably the cooler one, though. Jess, thanks for the raid. Did you finish Cat Game? Hello, Cat Game viewers. Solantre, thanks for the 2 years.
Just read Just Jam RLD.
Jess, thanks for the 26 months. Chat, if you guys don't know Jess is a member of my stream team. She's super chill and streams a variety of video games.
Just read Kurslino RLD.
I'm watching a child who is making an artifact in the fortress right now, but the game's saving, so we're stuck in a loading screen essentially right now. Hello, Donkfail. How are you? Hello, JSOG. What's up? I pressure washed garbage trucks for a bit. That was your least favorite job? Oh, like in real life? I can confirm pressure washing sucks. Andy, what's up? Alistair, what's up? TK Condor, what's up? Hello. You finished Stray? Yay! What'd you think of the ending? Without spoiling it for people who haven't seen it. Because I liked it. Bit predictable, but I liked it. Also, thanks for almost doubling my resub count for the between the 2 of you. Today's been kind of quiet. Been nice though. Yeah, I am bittersweet. Yeah, I agree. I would pay maybe $10 for another area after that one. Like if I could get like another zone where I could go for a walk afterwards and like explore the outside area, I would be super down for that. But outside of that, that game was cool. It's a nice game. Enjoyable time. I'm waiting for Stray Episode 1, actually. Stray 2, Green Space. Well, the thing is Stray, right? Like, a lot of people are comparing Stray to Half-Life. So we need Stray 2, and then Stray 2 Episode 1, and then Stray 2 Episode 2, and then never make Stray 3. That's how this happens. And they need to leave us with the cliffhanger. It took way too long, but you did lots of exploring, and you totally failed at a super easy puzzle. You probably tried to solve it for an hour or something. Which was the super easy puzzle? And Stray VR. Oh, true. Yeah, no, we need Stray Tabby. There you go. I was trying to think, like, what's a different character? Or maybe it could be Stray Calico. There you go. Also, if anybody has a resub or a prime sub or 100 bits in their account, you could start a hype train right now. Just saying. You just lost 150k tickets, did you? Well, nobody won their tickets back. That sucks. The one with the cameras. I wonder if I even found that one, because, like, cameras. I spent, like, an hour and a half trying to find the last piece of music. Stray cat food. I keep getting emails from Annapurna Interactive that just said Stray is out, meow. And I'm just like, oh, that one. Yeah, that puzzle is easy. I know what you're talking about now. Huh. You overthought that one? I need to go back in your VOD to see how you overthought it. I'm sure we'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the Halcyon Stray cast for this week, where you and me can just talk about Stray for like 4 hours. I really want Suey and Arch to play before podcast recording, because I think Arch is on this podcast, but I don't know if we should expect too much. But regardless, thank you very much for those 2 resubs. Here's you too. And thanks for the raid. 9.8 hours according to my Steam timer. But I also did it in one day and didn't dawdle too much. I only spent that 45-minute section trying to find a piece of music, but then chat told me that I could go back after I finished the game to recomplete chapters, and I was like, all right, I'll do that off stream. You left the game running? Oh. Alpaca wool cloth, unicorn leather, almond wood logs, stray unicorn bone, rough purple spinels, sheep's wool cloth, silver bars, and mica. You have 16 and a half hours? There is an achievement that is beat the game in 2 hours. So I would assume that means that the game is, it's possible to finish the game real quick. I mean, if you talk to nobody and do no side activities, you could game super fun. You know, it's funny because I was saying I was going to play a different fort today, and now at this point in early spring, I'm like, maybe not. I might just play this fort today. I'm also looking forward to speedruns of that game. Looking forward to see that game at GDQ and watch them like sequence break it, because there was a few spots where I'm like, I could clip into this wall if I tried. I'll bet you there's a lot of out of bounds stuff that you can do in that game. I stealthily watched the end of your VOD yesterday because I was curious about how far in you'd gotten. And when at the end of yesterday, you were about as far in as I was when you raided me the first day. So, I beat it pretty quickly. It wasn't a super long game. It was one of those I can just kind of sit down and beat it games. You're a slowpoke? I mean, I only had one extra day to dedicate to it. I was like, well, I don't want to take too long of a break from Dwarf Fort, so I'll just sit down and beat Stray. And that was kind of my goal when I did that. Usually when I do games that I know are like under 15 hours, it's like, all right, well, I'm just going to beat this. Let's go. I mean, I did stop and sleep in a bunch of the sleeping spots. There's also an achievement for sleeping in one place for 1 hour. Just literally leave the cat sleeping for an hour, which I think is kind of funny. A good achievement. Farana. Regzaful, the Dwarven child, has created Foltigazulash, a Micah Curig. It's not what you think. She claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kosoth Guildscales, who was one of your, not parents. You're totally working on that achievement right now? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do all that stuff. Probably over, not over this weekend because I'm going camping. Maybe, probably next weekend. The Barricaded Panes, a Micah Curig. This is a Micah Curig. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular mica cabochons and decorated with unicorn bone and unicorn leather and alpaca wool and encircled with bands of silver and sheep's wool. On the item is an image of a strawberry plant in purple spinel. On the item is an image of a circle in almond wood. The Curig is a huge stationary percussionist instrument, and it consists of a glass bar, and the musician strikes the bar. The instrument has a single low pitch. The instrument has a light and even pure piercing timbre. And what's funny about this is the child who made it is 2 years old. So that would be like a small child going a little nuts for 20 minutes and then building a piano. That's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Kind of very crazy. It's like, oh man, little guy, what have you made? This is a picture of a... I don't know. This is a picture of my Fortnite character. What are you making? I built a piano. Oh my god. Lad is gifted, to say the least. This is for sure. She is a legendary stonecrafter now. At 2, legendary stonecrafter. Now is playing close to it. I wonder, is the Keurig a buildable instrument? Yes, it is. All right, well, we're constructing that in the tavern. I do know that the dwarves play them, so. I actually have a few instruments I should build. Apparently we have a glass Keurig one as well. All right, well, I'll place them in between those. Yeah, no, I mean, it's mostly just a matter of looking for stuff and finding things for me. It's like most of the I have to do insert thing here to complete it achievements are I've already done. I already finished a bunch of them. At this point, it's just a matter of like, where's these elves? Apparently the elves showed up to trade, but then didn't actually walk onto the map. Weird. Wonder if that means we're about to get attacked. Yeah, I'm probably going to try and 100% it. It doesn't... The only one that seems like it might be a pain is beat the game in 2 hours. But I feel like if I just do that last, after I've spent, you know, a couple days just like searching those environments, it won't be too bad to just run through the game. Oh, not that one. Golem is just a giant drum. The Keurig is like a weird glass bell thing. There it is. Sweet. We now have a fancy glass instrument. Am I out of lead? Hold the fucking phone. I have 177 lead. Screaming outside again. I'm gonna see what's going on. Hold on. Ay. Still the same guy. They're also finally cutting the hedges, so that's what the other weird sound is. About goddamn time that they cut the hedges. Been waiting for them to do that for, oh, I don't know, since before the pandemic. The hedges needed to be trimmed before the pandemic happened. Then the pandemic happened. And now they're trimming the hedges. We're what, 2.5 years in now? Since that day. Oh, hey! Speaking of, what a thing to ponder. The topic being considered is the theory of epidemic disease. I mean, they've been trimmed since then by me and my neighbor. Also, did you know this dwarf is an adept biter? Content after pondering epidemic disease. This dwarf can't be trusted. Hey, Forbraxis, what's up? You know, I have this dwarf in the military. Maybe they'd make just like a better scientist. Wouldn't it be grand to just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? Satisfied after reading more glue and felt satisfied after learning more glue and was content after pondering epidemic disease. Starting to believe that this dwarf might actually just be happier if I let them be a teacher or something. I'm not surprised we haven't been attacked more than once today. Chat, can you guys hear that sound in the background? The bzzz. Can you hear that? Because if no, while I'm talking right now, we're probably good. If you can, that's bad, because it's about to get louder. Because as they go around the outside of the inside of the courtyard, it's going to get louder. You cannot cap. It's really annoying for me, but if you guys can't, I can tolerate. Man, Twitch insisting and demanding that I check this ads incentive program. They haven't offered me good enough money. Bad ground loop somewhere? No, it's there's literally a gardener outside trimming my hedge with a power tool, and it's loud. It's not my headphones or anything. I was asking if the microphone's picking up the power tool that's outside currently. Because it's annoying for me, but if you guys can't hear it, that's fine. Mostly because it's not going to take all day. It's not like that one video, where is that sound coming from? This video. One of the greatest videos of all time. Possibly my favorite thing to be uploaded into YouTube in the last 10 years. Makes me so happy whenever I watch that video because I feel that. I've been there. I've done that. Had almost the exact same thing happen to me, but with like an amplifier instead of and a microphone instead of something else. Oh, I said buzzing, not humming, but. But fortunately, I think my noise gate's eating it, so it's fine. How in the world? Dude, maybe I just don't have anybody with the right, like, jobs assigned. I don't know who that is. So I don't think so. I guess all we currently have is armor smithing and weapon smithing. Not enough generic metal smithing. I love how we've got two different scholars both pondering different medical things. We've got pondering epidemic disease, and the other one was pondering physical examination, the method of physical examination when diagnosing illness. So we got epidemics and physical examination. Banana, how are you doing? Worried after being unable to pray. Restless after a lack of abstract. You has occupation, so I can't give you occupation because you has occupation. Well, you no longer has occupation, okay, Banana? In fact, I'm gonna make you into a scholar and see if you like that more. Oh. Do they look similar or something? Yeah, I don't know the name. I think I might know who you're talking about now that you've said that, but I don't know the name off the top of my head. I'm terrible at remembering, like, people names. It's kind of a fact. I remember, like, handles and usernames and faces really well, but I don't remember names particularly well. Oh, as in, like, they're both from Sweden? Because I can tell you that YouTuber's from Sweden. They look nothing alike, my dude. But okay. Aside from that, they're both fair-skinned and have light-colored hair, but they look nothing alike. I think I've seen a parody of this girl before, though. I'm going to make the executive decision right now to stand up and close my window because that is the most annoying buzzing sound I've ever heard coming from that power tool. I'm going to go close my window and suffer in the heat for a little bit. I'll be back in a sec. Not a drone, it's a hedge trimmer. It's like, you know those things that have like the teeth on either side? Like, hold on. It's literally one of these. Google Images, hedge trimmer. Well, no, I don't want to buy one. It's literally one of these. It's one of these, although it's on a stick. More like that. Yeah, it's literally this. Literally one of these is what's making the noise. So no, it's not a drone. It's definitely a hedge trimmer. One of those. It's one of those. But 4 p.m. is a perfectly logical time to do that. I just don't want to listen to it because it's right next to my window right now and really loud. So I will wait an hour until she's done and then I'll go open the window again. I was just tired of listening to it. Just tired of listening to it is all. Weirdest thing ever is when somehow I managed to have a tab in the background open that had Twitch unmuted for a second. And then I go to type something in, and then I just hear myself from a few seconds earlier talking at myself. It's the weirdest thing ever, and it happens every now and again, and it just happened. I said, and I heard a the second time a few seconds later, and I was like, that is the It's like I fell into an echo of myself. It's the weirdest feeling. I don't recommend it, by the way. Avoid having that happen to yourself if you can. It's the strangest thing ever to just hear yourself from a few seconds ago. Immediately after you heard yourself. So chat, I'm curious. Should I go eat lunch and then continue playing Longdeath? Or should I go eat lunch and then swap over to the Plank of Nations? Because I was kind of hoping that we could just power through a whole bunch of raids, but that hasn't happened. They've only attacked us once. And we're into mid-spring of the year 411, which actually was when we had to retire, was in the summer of 411 on the previous timeline. And the reason I've been playing so much Longdeath is I've been trying to catch up to where I was and get ahead of where I was. You'd like to walk the plank? So you'd like to go to the Plank of Nations for a bit? Lunch, then plank? Okay, then in that case, I'm going to save Longdeath in the year 411. And I'm going to put on some music, let you guys listen to some music. And then when I come back in about 10 minutes, or less than that, after the record finishes, we will launch up the Plank of Nations, if that works for you guys. So, I'm going to save the game. We're going to call it on Longdeath for the day. For those of you who don't know, the Plank of Nations is a still dwarf fortress, obviously, but it's a good fort in a good biome next to a good mountain, next to a good forest, which means there is fucking mountain gnomes everywhere, and it's silly, and it's been enjoyable. So, I'm going to update the title now. Going to mute the background sounds. And I'm going to close this instance of Dwarf Fortress because it runs in a different one. And then I'm going to give you guys some musics. It's 7:20 p.m. What time did you get up? If it's not going to throw off your sleep schedule, why not? There you go. DF is closed. $8 a.m. I would wait an hour and then just go to bed early. Don't throw off your sleep schedule. It's not worth it usually. All right, friends. Stream's not over. Wow, that was louder than I was expecting. Stream's not over. We're going to be still going for, I mean, it's 7 hours in. We're still going to be going for